अच्छा लगता है जब प्रिस्टीन केयर से सर्जरी करवाकर लोग अपने घर जाते हैं। इसी ट्रस्ट के साथ प्रिस्टीन केयर के एक्सपर्ट डॉक्टर्स हर्निया, पाइल्स, कैटरैक्ट जैसी 50 से भी ज्यादा बीमारियों की सर्जरी करते हैं। सर्जरी मतलब pristinecare.com।
T20 games for Hampshire this afternoon. First up, coming up at 2 o'clock, is the Essex Eagles, and then from 7 o'clock it's the Sussex Sharks. Not too many days in T20 history has there been two games in one day. It promises to be a long day, it promises to be a good day, especially if Hampshire can win both of these and just about mathematically keep themselves in with a chance of qualifying for the quarterfinals. It's very much an outside chance, and it also depends on what Gloucestershire and Somerset do this afternoon. We'll keep you up to date with what's going on with those games. But let me tell you, the most immediate concern, of course, is the game happening here in around 10 minutes' time. The toss has been called correctly by James Vince, making a return to the Hampshire side after that wonderful 100 up at Edgbaston a few nights ago. I'm sure most of you watched that, whether you watched it real time or on the highlights afterwards. It was just as good. So great for him, great that he's back for Hampshire, and also Liam Dawson is back in the Hampshire side as well, having been with that England one-day squad. So Hampshire this afternoon are James Vince, Darcy Short, Colin de Grandhomme, Joe Weatherly, Liam Dawson, Lewis McManus, James Fuller, Chris Wood, Mason Crane, Brad Wheel and Scott Curry. So Toby Albert and Tom Prest making way from the side that beat Somerset here the other night. I'll quickly go through the Essex side for you. They are as well. He missed one game because he was in the England squad as well. Simon Harmer, the captain and the off spinner. Aaron Nijar, a fellow spinner as well. Sam Cook and Shane Snater into the Essex side as well. So a couple of changes for them. To take you through the next few minutes, I'm Kevin James, and next to me, formerly of the Vipers Academy, is Melissa Story. Melissa, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kev.
This is a big afternoon of T20 cricket, isn't it?
It is, and I think all the fans here at the Edges World could not have asked for better weather, because it is absolutely glorious here, and two big games of cricket upcoming for them.
Certainly is. Now, we watched the Somerset game here the other night. Hampshire batting first, scoring 170 odd and defending. Probably not surprising that they won the toss and batted again this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely not surprising. I think they'd back themselves. This surface looks absolutely beautiful from where we are up on the gantry, and I think they'll be backing themselves to set a total just as high as last week. The average score in this competition so far is only around the 160 mark, so as soon as teams are pushing over that, these run chasers are getting harder and harder.
Yeah, in fact, Hampshire's last couple of games here, they've been in the 170s, and they've actually won both.
And I think it's that confidence as well. Obviously, Hampshire's had such a upturned season so far, having to play all their away games at the start of the tournament, but now they're back here at the Aegeus Bowl. We're just starting to hopefully see a rearguard momentum from the Hampshire boys.
Yeah, I think those first 7 games all away from home hasn't done them any favours.
No, but as I said, as you mentioned, there's still a mathematical chance here, so we've just got to hope that there's 2 wins on the card here for Hampshire today.
Okay, well, let's go through the table then, because Hampshire currently sits 7th out of 9. The table looks like this. Kent, with 2 games to play, have 17. Sussex, with 2 games to play, have 15. Gloucestershire, with 2 to play, have 14. Somerset, again with 2 to play, also have 14. They occupy the top 4 slots at the moment in the South Group, and they, as things stand, will qualify for the quarter-finals. But of course, things can happen between now and the end of this group stage, which isn't too far away now. Up in 5th is Surrey. They've got 3 games left. They have 13 points. This afternoon's opponents, Essex Eagles, they have 2 games left. They have 11. They're mathematically still in with a shout, depending on other results as well. And then Hampshire, but they have 3 games to play, 2 today, and then 1 against Glamorgan here on Sunday. Wow, if that goes down to the wire, wouldn't that be exciting? Glamorgan, they are second from bottom with 8. They have 2 to play. Middlesex, 2 to play, have 7. So it is very much other results here, Melissa, isn't it?
Definitely, and as I mentioned, hopefully we'll be seeing 2 wins, but I'm sure they'll be very wary if there's still a chance to qualify here. So we'll be playing on the Hampshire players' minds, and if they put out a performance like they did last Friday, then we'll be in for a good show. That's
for sure. So Gloucestershire against Surrey gets underway at 2:30 this afternoon. That's also in Cheltenham, of course. Cheltenham, where Hampshire have just completed a 4-day game, beat Gloucestershire to pip their opponents and get into Division 1 of the County Championship come September. Wow, that is exciting as well. So Gloucestershire can certainly put a dent in Hampshire's hopes. If they win that game, then Hampshire can't catch them. And as I mentioned, Somerset, they're also in action this afternoon, 6:30 in Cardiff. They're hosting Somerset, so one of those sides. Well, certainly from a Somerset point of view, if Somerset can win that, then Hampshire are all but out. But if they don't, results go Hampshire's way this afternoon. Hampshire can win both these, then we're in for a tidy afternoon and evening. So don't go away anywhere. This promises to be very, very exciting indeed. So the 2 guys left out, Toby Albert, Melissa, opened the innings against Somerset last week. All right, it was just 1 game for him, but Tom Prest has impressed. He's a little bit unlucky here, isn't he?
He is. I think, you do have to step aside sometimes to these big England players coming back, especially the guy who just scored 100 for England. But he's had some, he's been scoring good runs, and I think he should still take confidence in the fact he was included within this squad. As we mentioned last week, Hampshire are really putting faith in their younger players who have come up through the academy, and Tom Prest as well as Albert here both got given an opportunity in basically the top 3 last week, and although it didn't quite go their way, there's big things to come for Tom Prest, so hopefully he's not too disappointed about this opportunity.
Yeah, Hampshire coming to this game having won their last 3. Essex will hear from Paul Newton in a moment, just before the players get this game underway. They've had mixed results, won 5 and lost 6 with 1 no result, and they come here off the back of a defeat to Sussex at Hove by 6 wickets. Let's talk about 1 or 2 of the guys in form at the moment, Melissa, for Hampshire. Joe Weatherly impressed with that half-century, didn't he, in that win over Somerset?
Absolutely, and he's still the highest run scorer for Hampshire so far in this competition, so a big role for him today to hopefully score a few more runs.
And Lewis McManus with 60 odd not out as well in that middle order. That's not easy. You've played a lot of T20 cricket. It's not easy coming in the middle order.
No, and you often see in T20 those players in the top 4, they often get the opportunity to build a bit more of an innings. These guys coming in at 5, 6, 7, most of the time they're given about 6 balls and been told to hit, 6 sixes, and it's a massive task. So when they do have this opportunity to actually build some sort of an innings, which of course Hampshire did have last week when there was a slight top order collapse, McManus, who hadn't quite been in the run so far this season, sees that opportunity, and very valuable innings from him for Hampshire's win.
It certainly was. Actually, you were telling me you got some runs in a T20 game the other day as well, didn't you? You told me 2 or 3 times when you first came in.
Oh, you're embarrassing me now. I don't think I've got over 50 in about 2 years, Kev, so it's perhaps the highlight of my year already.
Where were you batting?
I was batting 1.
Oh,
See, there's the key. I'm often down the order, but as soon as you get made captain, you bat yourself wherever you want.
Well, we're looking forward, hopefully, to seeing some more fireworks from Colin de Grandolme as well. The other night, I was just looking up actually to see how many he got against Somerset. He threatened to sort of get away a little bit, didn't he? 28 off 19 deliveries, but we still saw a couple of powerful hits from him.
And he's a very versatile player as well. I think all of those runs were scored all around the ground. We saw some strong hitting down the ground, but also some delicate little paddles behind the stumps. And he's got one of the highest strike rates in the Hampshire team. It's a strike rate of 157. So if he gets going here, we're going to see some big fireworks.
And what about Darcy Short? Because he's not quite been the player really that we all hoped he might be. There's still time left though, I guess.
There is. I mean, averaging 21 so far in this competition, he'll be very disappointed, but I don't think you could get even more Australian conditions in England if you asked for. I'm absolutely melting up here, so this is his perfect chance now at the top of the order. Beautiful sunny day and a perfect looking wicket. Hopefully we'll see some Darcy Short fireworks as well. Yeah,
it'll be about time as well. I know he's been very disappointed with his performances so far, but 3 games left. We may yet see 1 or 2 match innings or match-winning performances from him. Scott Curry, we weren't quite sure if he was going to keep his place, but he's been well worth he's been in the side for the last 4 or 5 games or so. He's been well worth it, hasn't he?
He has. Picking up a few wickets last week particularly, and I think he's just a really valuable option for Hampshire to go to. He's got some good slower balls, some good variation, and just seems like the batters struggle just to get him away. So great to see a young player being given this kind of responsibility within the Hampshire squad.
Okay, Melissa, thank you very much. Melissa Story will be back just after the power play. I'll bring in Paul Newton from BBC Essex. Just to remind you then that Hampshire have won the toss and have elected to bat first. And Melissa, look at that. Yeah, there's a message. I'll just show you that. So welcome Paul Newton. Big day this afternoon for both these sides, and both these sides basically dare not lose this one. We're live from the Ageas Bowl. It's a very sunny afternoon. There'll be 2 full games here, and this is the opening one with Sussex to come later on this afternoon. Afternoon, Paul.
Very good afternoon, Kevin. And Hampshire winning the toss and batting. Probably Essex, who've tended to put the opposition in this season, were happy with the decision. Probably both these sides are quite happy with the way it's turning out, and probably the outcome of the match from an Essex point of view will depend on just how much the bowlers can contain the Hampshire batting. If they have one of their days like they had here a year ago, where they a fairly easy win, they'll be happy. Of course, for Essex, they have to win their last 2 games to have any chance of making the knockout stages, and they have to hope at least one of Gloucester and Somerset lose both their remaining games.
That's right. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that this afternoon. In fact, you have to go back to 2015 for a T20 game here between both these sides to find a Hampshire win. Last year Essex won by 54 runs. There was a tie in 2019. There's been a couple of ties between these ties in recent years, between these teams in recent years, and no result back in 2018. Essex in 2017 winning by 4 wickets. So much at stake. It's a great afternoon for T20 cricket. The sun is shining. It's very bright out there. We're at the hotel end, high up on floor 4. Great view. We're virtually wicket to wicket. We have absolutely no excuses for missing any of the action, and I'll get things underway. And Paul Newton, as I say, is with us, and Melissa Story was with commentary all afternoon and into the second game as well. So it looks like, is it Aaron Nijjar?
It is indeed.
To bowl the first ball from the pavilion end with his left arm spin, and he's bowling to Vince, and immediately he's playing a missing outside the off. Oh no, he didn't push it out actually. I thought he was playing a missing initially.
Yeah, well, there you are. I knew it was dangerous when you said there's no excuse if we don't get anything right, because I thought of one immediately.
Yeah.
They're a hell of a long way away from us, Kevin.
Yeah, they are. In fact, we're almost 2 wicket to wicket.
The players are like matchstick men out there in the distance.
Yeah, we've already got excuses in after that. What an amazing statement I made there.
I'd have brought my telescope if you warned me.
So there's immediately a man out at deep extra cover. A deep extra cover for James Vince. There's a surprise. Vince pushes forward quietly out square on the offside.
Yeah, he's had quite a good season actually, Aaron Nijjar, with his slow left arm. Usually does bowl the first over of a match. And so far, nobody particularly has gone after him. If anyone can, it'll be James Vince. But a good start from Nijjar.
Economy rate of under 7 in this year's competition. That proves that, Paul. He's on the back foot and immediately steers out to the covers. That's half fielded, but they come through for a single. Hampshire innings is underway.
Shane Snater with a tumble to his right probably didn't make a lot of difference, simply because there's a man behind him on the boundary who would have kept it down to a single anyway. But a good attempt from Snater, who you can fairly readily recognise because his hair is very visible sticking out behind his cap. Yep, we've now got Darcy Short coming into strike. Left-hander.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing, as I was mentioning in the pre-match chat with Mel. He's 173 runs at 21 in this competition, and no half century for him yet, and just quietly plays it out square on the leg side. There's no run there. Snater in the game. Even though we're a long way away, we can still see his hair.
Yes. Yes, it's there's a lot of it.
There's the jar again then from that pavilion end, and Short again just quietly packs that back to the bowlers. It's like 4 day stuff, this, Paul.
It is, and does make you wonder if anyone's told the players so far. But joking apart, well bowled to Aaron Nijjar. He hasn't offered anything so far that could be hit very far.
Yeah, deep mid on and deep mid wicket for Darcy Short. Here's Nijjar, bowls again, slightly quicker, and Short works that behind square on the leg side, and that's another dot ball. Just 1 run off the over, Paul.
Yes, I think it's a fair bet that will be the most economical bowl over, certainly bowled by Essex today, and more than possibly in the entire match. But opening with the slow left arm has proved a good tactic that's worked well so far for Essex. Or in fact, of course, he's finished the over, so it's worked full stop. And a really good over it was as well. Not a single loose delivery in it. And probably had the batsman really tried to go for him before they got their eye in, they might well be dismissed. It's Sam Cook who's going to come on from the hotel end, and lovely afternoon. Just a few wispy white clouds about, but nothing to change the fact that it's a magnificent afternoon. Great to see a decent number of people in here as Cook runs away from us and bowls, and Vince is troubled a little bit by that. He keeps it out of his stumps and does the fielding for Essex, and I'm sure they're grateful on a hot, sweaty afternoon. But lovely, actually, to be able to say what a nice afternoon we've got, because basically spring was spring in name only, and so far so some have been. It's been a shocking year weather-wise, and lovely that we've got this, and I think a couple more days to come of really fine sunny weather. Cook's in. Bowls to Vince, and Vince has cracked this, but it's brilliantly stopped at backward point. That was 4 all the way, a yard either side. Really got hold of that, and so the score remaining at 1 for no wicket after 8 deliveries.
Fairly square, fairly in the middle of the square here, aren't we, Paul?
Yeah.
This is, I think, this and the one on the left, I would say, are pretty central.
So Cook, no run off him so far, comes in to bowl to Vince. Vince can only lean forward and turn this to Snater at mid-wicket. Not much more he could have done with that. Another good delivery from Sam Cook, ever a man to prove difficult to get hold of. Obviously, he's not quite as tight in the 20-over game as he would be in a county championship match, where he regularly bowls 20 overs or so for a mere 40 runs. Halfway through the second over, Hampshire having won the toss and batted, 1 for no wicket. The run to this man, James Vince. And Vince waits for this, plays it very pleasantly out to the man on the covered boundary. That'll just be a single, though. The score goes up to 2 for no wicket. And James Vince, a magnificent innings in the third one-day international. And great to see him reach the 100.
As Hampshire supporters, we've been waiting an awful long time. James Vince as well, of course, waiting an awful long time for that. Whatever happens from now on, at least he can say he got 100 for England.
Well, that's right, and what a good one, because really England looked beaten at the time he began to have that partnership with Lewis Gregory. Here's the next ball, nicely turned off the pads here. That goes out to deep mid-wicket, to the left-hander, and score goes up to 3 for no wicket, and Darcy Short is off the mark.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence out there, away to our left, towards the tunnel side of the ground. Rejoined Essex, didn't he, from the England one-day squad?
That's right, he was in the squad, but didn't get to have a game, unfortunately for him. So it's been a while since he had a bat. As Cook comes in and bowls to Vince. Vince works this one down to Short, third man. Could tumbling stop, but keeps the festivities down to just a single, which sees Hampshire at the end of the second over, 4 for no wicket, of which James Vince has 3 and Darcy Short 1.
Yeah, good stop from Aaron Nijar there to finish that over. But what a quiet start here from Hampshire, having won the toss and elected to bat first. As I say, neither of these sides can afford to lose this one, otherwise that is it really for their competition, especially Essex, who only have 1 more game to play in this group. Hampshire 2 more tonight against Sussex, Glamorgan on Sunday here, but really both these sides have to hope that both Somerset and Gloucestershire lose their matches this afternoon, certainly the minimum of one of them to lose their matches. And we've got a change of bowling again, have we, from that far end?
Yeah, Dan Lawrence is going to bowl his frog in the blenders. The name which his colleagues dub his off-break style, and you'll see why when he comes in.
It's very unusual, isn't it? There he goes. And that's a sweep there from James Vince. It's gone on the 45, that's 4. Down the leg side, swept away along the floor, and James Vince played that. And James Vince played that shots a few times up at Edgbaston a few nights ago with exactly the same result.
Fine shot. Ball just gave him the chance to lean forward and turn it down fine of the man at deep backward square leg. And that's Hampshire underway now. Only 4 runs from the first 2 overs, but now another 4 from the first ball of the third.
Vince has 7 off 9. Darcy Short with just a single. Short at the non-striker's end. It's Lawrence into Vince. Vince goes for the slog sweep on the leg side, and there, I think he's found the gap, has he? Yes, he has. Deliberate slog sweep there that's gone very straight, well to that fielder's left out there at deep mid-wicket.
Well, 2 lovely shots from Vince. I just wonder whether Dan Lawrence might think of switching to over the wicket to him, change the angle a little bit.
Interesting, isn't it, really? You see a shot like that from James Vince, and yet previously he's been very watchful. He moves on to 11, 12 without loss. Here comes Lawrence staying round the wicket and bowls. Vince goes for the sweep again. It's gone on the 45. It's gone a little bit too quick for Darcy Short to complete the single. Tom Westley, that is, just inside that 30-yard circle.
Yep, it was nicely picked up, but straight at the fieldsman, as you say.
Yeah, there is a man at deep backward square leg. So 2 men for Vince behind square on the leg side. Lawrence again, and there's the slog sweep. He gets an inside edge and it goes to Westley, but a little bit more to his right hand this time, so Short calls him through. Vince will pick up a single, moves on to 12, Hampshire 13 without loss.
Well, 2 lovely blows in this over from James Vince, but Essex will remain, bearing in mind this is the power play, and at the end of this over it'll be half done, the power play, halfway through. They'll be quite pleased with the way they've started.
Yeah, don't lose a wicket or 2 yet. The Vince Short partnership has promised much this year, but hasn't really delivered. That's why it was quite surprising, actually, that James Vince got 100 for England the other night, because he hasn't exactly set the world alight in this year's T20 competition. Staying round the wicket is Lawrence. Short has a first slip in there as he cuts that behind square on the offside. That should be 4 more. A little bit too short there from Dan Lawrence. And that's the 3rd boundary in this over.
Yes, he's just not quite found the right line and length in his bowling so far. He's opened up with a couple that invited Vince to explore the leg side options, and there, as you say, the shortness of that delivery meant that the left-hander could rock onto the back foot and play it beautifully away through backward point.
One ball left of Lawrence's over from that pavilion end. It's Fuller this time, and Short drives up to extra cover. That's a dot ball to end the over, but Lawrence has still conceded 13. Hampshire, having won the toss, elected to bat first, a 17 without loss after 3.
Good over from Hampshire's point of view there. And Simon Harmer will continue to switch his bowlers around in the power play. It's not uncommon for Essex to have at least 4, maybe even 5 different bowlers bowling the first 6. I think Dan Lawrence may well come back a little bit later, but Shane Snater is coming into the attack, and he will be bowling from the hotel end here at this lovely ground at the Aegeus. And a gorgeous day for it as well. We've had a day like this a year ago, actually. We've been lucky in that respect, as Snater's in. And bowls to Vince. And Vince just dabs this into the offside. And even though it goes more or less to backward point, but unless it's absolutely straight at the fieldsman, the single is on. And that takes the score to 18 for no wicket. And Vince moves to 13. And into strike comes Short on 5.
That was Jimmy Neesham doing the fielding there. It was that single. Look, well, they made it look a lot easier than I thought it was. But
yeah.
Looks like everybody just accepted that.
Yes,
I
agree. As Snater's in, bowls to the left-handed Short. Won't get a run here as he plays it straight out to Nijjar in the covers, and score remaining at 18 for no wicket in the 4th.
So 2 changes for Essex, a bit like Hampshire, Paul. Snater, one of those that came in. I mean, what do you think the reasoning is there?
I think they just switch it around a little bit, and he has bowled quite well, to be fair to him, recently, as he comes in now. Bowls, and this ball has gone a long way up in the air. It's going to land safely and disappear for 4 runs down to fine leg, and the score to 22 for no wicket.
I got excited there. I thought that had just gone over the road, but obviously not. That's too far away for me to really see properly. But he got a huge top edge there, Darcy Short. That is his shot. He's flick away on the leg side. That he likes that ball in that sort of area, but he got well underneath that.
And he takes guard again as he faces Snater coming in, a sort of very much medium pace, and this ball is probably, well, it could be a catch. Fieldsman Simon Harmer has taken it. Oh, he's dropped it. He had it in his hands, and it's somehow spilled out, and it's a bit of an event when Simon Harmer drops one. So the score moves along there to, they took 24 for no wicket. It was up in the air a long time, and Harmer, it was difficult because it was coming over his head from running back from mid-on the edge of the circle towards deepish mid-wicket, but having got there and had it in his hands, a surprise to see it spill out. Snater's in, bowls, and Short has played this one away. He'll get at least 1 run, and they're going to, in fact, Vince was for coming back for the second. Short wasn't. Probably a good decision, because a fine throw came in, and they get the single, 25 for none.
That went an awfully long way up in the air, didn't it, for Harmer?
Yeah.
I have to say, I thought he was going to hold on to it.
Well, he seemed to have it.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at the sky. There's not a lot of clouds in which to judge the distance of the ball.
Yes, good point.
When you've just got the blue sky, it's difficult.
Yeah, it's a long way away, that blue sky, as Snater's in bowls, and this ball is cracked away to the backward point boundary. Attempt from Jimmy Neesham to snatch it out of the ether, and had he been able to pluck that one out of thin air, it would have reminded me of an amazing catch by Sam Cook here in the match off Jack Plum a year ago. It was, I think, in last September, and this time Neesham not quite so lucky. Wasn't a chance. 29 for no wicket. Another profitable over for Hampshire. That's 4 overs gone, and another 12 from that over.
Yeah, a little bit of luck for Hampshire, but you know, I think it's fair to say they haven't had a lot of luck in this competition. They haven't had a lot of luck overall this season. I know that was a bit of a topic of discussion over the last week or so, and it looked like Hampshire's luck may have run out at Cheltenham in that last 4-day game, but a freak dismissal meant that Hampshire in the end won the game with around 10 overs to spare, so it got a little bit tight. But you know, in this competition, there's not been too many drop catches when the Hampshire batsmen have hit the ball in the air. So again, maybe the tide is just turning a little bit. Change of bowling. It's Sam Cook who's switching ends now from the pavilion end. Darcy Short tries to whip that away on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad, goes out on the 45, fielded by Wesley. Umpire signals leg byes to the scorers, who are away to our right. 29 without loss here, Hampshire. Vince has 17, Short has 12, sorry, 30 without loss, and we're at the start of the 5th over, and some real momentum now getting into this Hampshire innings.
Very much so. They'll be looking to get at least 50 by the time the power play is completed.
I was a little bit worried that the batsmen were looking at the wicket in that first over or so, thinking, well, they're really watchful here, but they seem to be okay now as Sam Cook bowls. Slightly slower this time, and it's driven into the ground, fielded by Snater at extra cover.
Yeah, lovely shot, but hit too firmly for there to be a run unless it beat the fieldsman, in which case there have been 4 runs.
I'll tell you what, Paul, though, it would have to be a hell of a wicket to beat the Edgbaston wicket the other night. That was full of runs, wasn't it? That was a great wicket to bat. I'd back you to get 50 on that wicket, Paul.
Well, you must be the only man alive who could say that.
It looked a great wicket, didn't it? A horrible wicket for the bowlers. As that's pulled away by Vince. Now he's underneath that, but it's going all the way. That's 6. Caught just about 3 or 4 yards behind the rope. I think Dan Lawrence that was. It was actually an easy catch, but Vince knew straight away it was a top edge, but he still managed to get the distance.
That's right. I mean, it was, what, about 3 paces back when he took the catch. Dan Lawrence knew that it was no good just jumping up. It was too high at the time for that to have worked. So he just saved himself a trip down the tunnel, basically, which is behind him. It can take a bit of retrieving if the ball goes in there.
That's a good 60-yard boundary or so as Vince drives on the up. Now, Snater almost picked it up on the full as he moved smartly across from extra cover. Couldn't quite do so, so Vince comes through for an easy single. Vince has moved on to 24. That's come off just 17 deliveries, and Hampshire are 37 without loss here with 2 balls left of the 5th.
And had Snater picked that up cleanly, he would have had some sort of a chance of having a shy with only 1 stump to aim at the bowler's end. It would have been close.
It certainly would. Here's Cook again, and Short picks that up over mid-wicket. That could go all the way as well. And it has just, or has it? Yeah, just by a couple of feet over the rope. It looked like it was going way up in the Shane Warne stand, but I think he got underneath that a little bit. But Darcy Short now is starting to find the middle of the bat.
Well, yes, I mean, arguably, that was the greater effort than Vince's earlier in the over, because the boundary over there, I would guess, is about 10 yards further.
Haven't seen too many 6s off the bat of Darcy Short so far. He's on 16, 41 without loss. Here comes Cook again, and Short whips that away on the leg side. It's going fine, that's 4. Just flicked that off his hip, and that went very fine and very quickly just away to our right here up at the hotel end. And another good over for Hampshire, 45 without loss. It's hard to imagine just 3 overs ago when after the second over Hampshire had just 4.
That's right, we have had 41 runs in 3 overs, and those 3 overs have gone for 13, 12 and 16. And Sam Cook is a very good economical bowler normally, but of course very often it's the spinners who actually can keep the runs down a little bit more, certainly outside of the power play, because the pace is on the ball from the likes of Sam Cook. And there were a couple of meaty blows there. Certainly, with a little bit of a longer boundary, the Vince 6 might have gone to hand, but it didn't. It went clean over Lawrence's head as Snater continues from the hotel end and bowls a dot ball. And people might well ask, what's one of those? Because it's a while since we had one.
Dot ball.
But well bowled, Shane Snater, and the batsman could do no more, James Vince, than just to push it a few yards back down the track, and Snater himself followed through the field. 45 for none, 5.1.
Well, the slog sweep to the good length ball is on because there's nobody out of deep mid-wicket, but there's still no substitute for good old-fashioned line and length bowling.
True. Absolutely true. Snater's in bowls, and that ball's hammered away, but should just be a single here. As Lawrence fields on the cover boundary, or runs in about 15 yards to do so. Single, 46 for no wicket. Vince moves up to 25, and Short, who's certainly not been in the shadow of James Vince. He played very well here so far, Darcy Short. He's on 20.
Yeah, great start by Hampshire here. Last couple of games, 170 odd they've posted. You would think at the moment.
गाइस आप लोग अगर सब्सक्राइब नहीं करेंगे तो ये लाइव मैच से आप लोग निकल सकते हैं। जो भी सब्सक्राइब नहीं करेगा वो लाइव मैच से निकल सकता है। गाइस बहुत बुरी खबर आप लोग के लिए, जल्दी सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए तो आप लोग लाइव स्ट्रीम में रह पाएंगे। जल्दी सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए।
As man comes in off the deeper areas of long leg to do the fielding, 47 for no wicket, and Short goes up to 21, the same as the number on his back.
Yeah, well, it's good now from Hampshire because they've, even though we're still in the power play, they've just opened up 1 or 2 gaps in areas where they're quite happy just to push into and get a single. So now they've got the 4s going, and now they've got the singles going.
Snater's in, bowls, and this ball is fairly hammered. It's coming onto the bat very nicely out there. That's 4 runs. Dive at extra cover, may have got a hand to the ball, but doesn't succeed in preventing it going for 4, and that's the Hampshire 50 in 5.4 overs, having chosen to bat 51 for no wicket.
Yeah, terrific stuff from James Vince. I think we might just have seen that shot once or twice at Edgbaston.
Yes.
On his way to 100 for England. It was width there, wasn't it? It wasn't quite a half volley, but it was width that Snater gave Vince.
And he is a superb striker of a cricket ball. As Snater comes in and bowls to him. James Vince has hit this one flamboyantly into the offside. Didn't really time it, but it's not a matter whether he timed it or not. It would just be the 1 run out to Dan Lawrence. Back playing for Essex today, as of course is James Vince for Hampshire, both returning from the ODI squad. 52 for no wicket.
And Dawson from the original ODI squad.
Yes, indeed. Liam Dawson, who was sharing the microphone with us in this fixture a year ago. Terrific chap. Really enjoyed his company. Snater in bowls, and that is a dot ball, and Short is very annoyed with himself. It was a slower ball, and he had an enormous go at it. I think it probably just brushed his pad, and that is the end of the power play. Useful power play for Hampshire, particularly bearing in mind there were 4 only on the board after 2 overs, and they've got 48 off the next 4, 52 for no wicket.
Yeah, great acceleration. Interesting to see how long these two can keep this up, but of course the field changes now. Essex can have 4 men back out on the boundary, so that will just change things a little bit. It's interesting with Darcy Short. He's not short of showing his disgust at something. I mean, he's sort of petulant wafts when he misses shots.
Yes.
Is becoming more petulant, actually.
I'm working on a theory that you're very cleverly working in names of the Hampshire players into ordinary conversation, because you did earlier on.
गाइस, अगर आप लोग सब्सक्राइब करेंगे तो जैसे अभी सब लोग का नाम आ रहा है, आप लोग का भी नाम आएगा 100 लोग के सामने। जल्दी जल्दी सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए, और अगर सब्सक्राइब नहीं करेंगे तो ये लाइव मैच आप लोग पूरा नहीं देख पाएंगे, खुद के खुद निकल जाएंगे आप लोग लाइव मैच से। जल्दी जल्दी सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए और नाम अपना देखिए 100 लोग के सामने।
Seems a long time ago now, as that's worked to mid-wicket by Vince. Half stopped. Vince was thinking about a single, but it wasn't really there. That was Simon Harmer there, just palming that away, but fortunately for him, not too far away. So 52 without loss. We're into the 7th over here. The jar bowls to Vince, gives himself some room, cuts that away, backward of point. He may have found the gap, and he may have found the boundary, and he has both. And that's 4 runs. Just gave himself enough room to open up the angle.
Yep, not totally sure he was aiming it specifically there, but it's of no account, because you take what you get in this game. You take a risk, and if it works out in your favour, well and good. 56 for no wicket. Vince on to 34, and if Essex, who have to win this and their last game, have any chance of going through to the knockout stages, from their point of view, the sooner they get Vince out, the better.
Najjar with his left arm spin in again from that pavilion end, and Vince drives. Najjar dives and gets half a hand on that, takes the pace out of the shot, but Vince will jog through for a single and moves on to 36, 58 without loss. Couple of tweets here. Nick Jenkins at Solent Sports says, well, if Fuller, talking about Fuller, is only going to bat, he needs to bat higher than recently, giving him time to get in before trying to finish off the innings. Difficult to get him in any higher, though, unfortunately, Nick. And Paul Williams says, hope Hampshire can use the momentum from that great win at Cheltenham in today's 2 matches. Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Certainly a big fillip to get into Division 1, and fortunately for Essex, won't be able to defend their title. That's in the 4-day stuff. Short goes big over on the leg side, and that is 6. Slug sweep from Darcy Short, and that's a big boundary to the left as it is to our right as well, and that's a lovely strike there from the left-hander.
It is a superb pickup, and 6 is coming in full spate here at the Aegeus on what looks a good pitch to bat on.
Here's Najjar again, then bowls. He goes for the reverse sweep. There, gets wrapped on the pad. That looks close. Big shout from Najjar as the ball goes out on the leg side. And not out, says the umpire. 63 without loss. Hampshire remain.
Yep, risky to play the reverse sweep to a pretty straight delivery.
Yeah, I don't know why he needs to do that. He's
No.
timing the ball nice when he goes on the leg side. There's a straight delivery. He goes in the air just to Nijal's left, goes hard up towards mid-on. They'll pick up a single. And that may be the end of the over as Short keeps the strike. 64 without loss, Hampshire.
Yes, that was Paul Walter fielding in the distance there. He's all of 6'7", and 64 for no wicket after 7. And Hampshire, having chosen to bat, another 12 runs off that over. And Short has 28, Vince 35. And the big cheese is coming on at the hotel end. Simon Harmer, who's been bowling pretty well, even though at times he's taken some stick in this competition. But this year he's been pretty much on the mark. Of course, captained Essex to their first and only T20 triumph in 2019. We'll bring in Melissa Story at the end of this over, and she was there that day, as indeed was I, as Harmer is in. Bowls to Short, who works this one away into the onside for a single. No pace on the shot, and he didn't intend it to either. The wicketkeeper has to come out to mid-wicket to retrieve, and the score up to 65 for no wicket. Short's batted very impressively here, I think, with 29. You kind of expect it from James Vince, but Short, who hadn't come to the match in a great trot of form, has excelled himself so far. A couple of lovely sixes over mid-wicket, so quite a long boundary, as Harmer coming around the wicket with his off breaks. Dan Lawrence has been put in at Short mid-wicket for Vince, and Vince plays this ball. In fact, he thought there was a single there and is quickly disabused of the notion as Short wasn't moving from the other end, and he went forward very quickly 5 paces and back just as quickly 5 paces. Never in danger of being run out as long as he changed his mind. 65 for no wicket. He's pulled this one away, and it's just going to be cut off by Shane Snater. Coming back for a second, have to hurry here, but it was always a good risk to take there, because the throw would have to have been absolutely hitting the stumps, I think, for there to have been a run out. And from deep backward square leg, that won't happen very often. 67 for no wicket. Vince to 37. In the 8th over here, Hampshire having won the toss and batted. Weatherly, de Grandhomme, Fuller, Dawson, McManus, Wood, Curry, Crane and Wheel to come. And this ball is just nudged down for a single to Short third man. And score goes to 68 for no wicket. Just give you the Essex team. It's Wesley, Wheater, Lawrence, Pepper, Neesham, Tenduscarter, Walter, Harmer, Nijar, Snater and Cook, as Harmer comes in again. Bowls to the left-handed Short, who tries to square cut that, misses, didn't really move the feet well enough there, just flashed the bat at it. A rare miss. There is a man on the cover boundary, so probably it would only have been a single. 68 for no wicket. Only 4 runs from the first 5 balls of this over. Here's the last ball. Harmer bowls, and this one's turned for a single to mid-wicket, an easy single. So there we are, 8 overs gone. Hampshire choosing to bat 69 for no wicket. Good over from Simon Harmer with just 5 runs, in fact, from it. Kevin James will now be joined by Melissa Story.
Thank you very much, Paul. Paul will be back shortly. Darcy Short's top score in the competition this year so far is 48, and this is by far and away kind of the most fluent that he's looked for at Hampshire. And when he's going well, when James Vince are going well, this is the sort of partnership that Hampshire would have hoped that they would have seen a lot more of, certainly earlier on in this competition. Hi, Melissa.
Hi.
That's a good start, isn't it?
Yeah, I've had some lovely viewing up here. Just sat back watching these two take apart the bowlers.
Here's Nijal then with his left arm spin. There's a reverse sweep. It's in the air and that's caught. And that is it for Darcy Short. Sam Cook taking a catch. It went straight at him and Short looks disappointed once more. He goes for 30.
I am free of diabetes,
Melissa,
and I have stopped taking all my medicines.
That's something
Having
which
just
did not age
completed
well.
a 21-kilometer
That's about the 5th time
half
I've done that as well.
marathon
And
last
obviously I've
week.
not commentated
I feel a
many
lot
games, but I
more
can safely
energetic and
say each
lively
game
these days.
I'll come in and
In
say
fact, my
something
employees
wildly
call me.
confident, and it all crumbles before my eyes. So no more compliments from me from now on. But I mean, Short as well, as we were talking about, he's had a rough season this year. So even just to get 30 on the board, Short as well, as we were talking about, he's had a rough season this year. So even just to get in the second game and be able to develop on that 30. Hopefully,
yeah, that's right.
We'll
Yeah,
see
30's
him
30.
well back in the second game and be able to develop on that 30.
Makes his way, yeah, that's right. Threatened the game 30. He looks really get on top of the bowling as he makes his way back. Threatened the game, but there's some real momentum really get on top of the bowling.
There is, and I think they've got to just continue as we saw in the power play, really going after the Essex seamers. There is, and I think they've got to just continue as we saw in the power play, really going after all the teams out of the competition. I think it's something like 47% that they bowl the most spin out of the pads, all the teams out of the competition. I think it's something like 47% that slows down the rate of this game in the middle overs. And Harmer coming in, Lawrence potentially see out the spin, knock it around in the mid generate these singles, and then they've just got to go out for the potentially see out the spin, knock it around and generate these singles, and then go out for the seamers at the end of the innings.
Now this looks like Liam Dawson, who's coming out at number 3. So where Tom Prester's lost his spot, we've got Liam Dawson back in the side, and he's straight up at number 3. Immediately pushes that up to mid-on, but he's not off the mark yet. For me, this is the highest that Liam Dawson has batted so far in this competition. In fact, he's been batting at 5 and 6 in his previous matches. So elevation here for the England man as he goes for the slog sweep. There's a top edge, it's in the air, and I think Sam Cook is going to get there. Yes, he does. Super catch from him, diving forward at short leg. It was a big top edge from Dawson. He goes second ball.
Okay, you jinxed that one. I'll agree with. We've both had a shocker here, but I mean, you feel sorry for Dawson. He's been sat on the England bench now for probably about a month. This is his first game, you can imagine.
Hello friends, बहुत स्वागत
in the middle, but perhaps the wrong choice early on to sweep it. It's looking like a good ground to play those big shots up the ground and play straight. But so far we have seen a few top edges playing that sweep shot, so perhaps should have gone for more of a slog sweep like we saw from James Vince in that third over against Lawrence. But Essex just pulling it back here, and it's nice to see after that quite fireworks power play, Essex climbing back in.
Well, I mentioned earlier that momentum can happen quickly, and a sort of a decrease in that momentum can happen just as quick. And Hampshire have gone from 69 without loss to 69 for 2. And Colin de Grandhomme is coming to the wicket, but they've swapped ends with that ball being in the air quite a long time. So James Vince will face the next delivery. Well bowled Aaron Najjar. He's had a good game so far. Vince is on the back foot, ball follows him, so he doesn't quite get there out the middle, goes towards extra cover, and Simon Harmer fields.
Aaron Najjar, he's got the lowest, I believe, economy rate out of the Essex bowlers.
Well, he's proving that today as well, isn't he, Melissa? As there's a quick single out into the covers, well placed by James Vince. A bit of a repair.
क्या हुआ?
सॉरी भैया, पर अच्छा बेड तो लो ना.
अच्छा बेड कॉस्टली होता है.
The hairstyle.
The hairstyle.
The mullet. I didn't realise you were at the final then, at 2019, where Essex got through.
Yeah, it was an incredible game.
Comes down the wicket here to Grandhomme and goes big over mid-on. He's not messing about here, and that is 6. That's announced de Grandhomme's arrival. Quite a deliberate shot down the wicket, met the ball close to where it pitched, and that's a pretty safe shot, but it's a big one.
And just to show again how up the ground, having confidence in his shots on this pitch, the Hampshire batters are really going to be able to capitalise. And disappointing end for Najjar, but still a good over from him. So far bowled 3 overs for 20 runs and 2 wickets, so you're taking that in T20.
There's a few other Essex bowlers that would settle for those figures at the moment.
I was going to mention to you, I had a bit of a shocker on Wednesday. Played a T20 for my club. I got hit for 8 sixes.
What, not in one over?
Across 3 overs.
3 overs. Oh no, Melissa.
I know, it was a bit of a shocker, so at least I feel a bit better now because of these Essex seamers. Maybe it's just been a bad week for seamers. I'll blame it on that.
8 sixes.
8 sixes.
I would have kept that quiet.
I don't see. You live and you learn. I've got to learn that if there's a 6'5" man standing at the end, not to bowl low full toss. So we all learn somehow. As we have Walter coming from the pavilion end, and that's a back of the length ball and just clipped up in the air to backwards point. But a bounce ball, dot ball, first ball of the over.
Yeah, left arm pace bowler coming round the wicket. It's quite tall, isn't he? Paul Walter should get a little bit of extra bounce.
hopefully, and then has a bit of variety in his bowling as well, coming in these middle overs. So it'll be interesting to see how these slower balls are coming out and dealing with this pitch, and how that continues across the day. Walter past the umpire, bowls, and that's a shorter delivery but slower ball, and pulled straight to the man at 45, a run out opportunity, but past the stumps. And already we see that variation, almost like a slower ball bouncer there, and Vince just had to wait an age just to come and play that pull shot.
And he's replaying it now. He would be disappointed with that, wouldn't he? Picking out the fielder as well.
I was going to say that, as I mentioned, at the T20 finals day. Last time I watched Essex play, I had a man dressed as Big Bird from Sesame Street sat behind me for about 8 hours. So an unusual experience as Walter comes in. Another back of the length delivery, and de Grandhomme guides it down to the deep fine leg fielder, just for a single.
Actually, that year in 2019, which you watched Essex win the competition, doing well on finals day, they were, I wouldn't say they were quite in as bad positions as they are now, but they came from nowhere towards the end of their group, and including a tie against Hampshire, but I think they won something like their last 3.
Walter past the umpire again, and that's back of length delivery, pulled up in along the ground and fielded by the deep mid-wicket fielder. Completely lost the ball there, but luckily the crowd we have here today just starting to build up in volume.
Yeah.
We had our first bit of fielder taunting there for the day, so hopefully as more, I'm sure, pints are devoured, then they'll get more and more lively in this heat.
Imagine tonight.
Full day drinking here at the Aegeus, which I don't condone. Walk it in, and it's guided in the air over the head of fine leg, and that's 6 runs from de Grandhomme. Shorter delivery from Walker again, who's just banging the balls in at a length here, but de Grandhomme just waited for it, sat up and straight into the crowd at deep fine leg.
Well, he helped that ball down towards fine leg, didn't he, really? I didn't think he got enough of a bat on that, but he's a strong boy, de Grandhomme, and already he's not disappointing.
And de Grandhomme now 13 off, is that 3 balls?
Yeah.
His
Oh, no,
strike
it
rate.
is it?
Yeah, so his strike rate's already up in the 400s. So he's come to impress here today at this double header. We've got a change of field again for de Grandhomme, and a fuller, slower ball from Walker, clipped into the leg side. Deep square leg fielder fields, just 1 run.
Yeah, they've gone big on the leg side, haven't they? Essex were, in fact, very defensive as well. So I guess de Grandhomme has to decide now whether to just keep pushing the ball on the leg side and take the 1s and the odd 2, or does he still chance his arm?
So Hampshire 86 for 2 at the end of that, the 10th over. So at the halfway stage here, Hampshire easily on track now for a total well over that 170 mark, which, as we've seen, is a defendable score here at the Aegeus.
That's right, yeah. Hampshire's last 2 home games, they've successfully defended 2 totals into the 170s. And as Melissa says, yeah, on for that, at least. So what have we got? De Grandhomme back on strike. Simon Harmer has taken over from Nijal. 3 overs, none for 20 for Aaron Nijal. Well bowled from him. He's still got another over in the bank. I'm sure we'll see him a little bit later on. But Harmer, who's Essex's top wicket taker coming into this game in this competition, is bowling to de Grandhomme. Works that away on the onside, and they will pick up 1. De Grandhomme was thinking about 2. Vince not so keen. So the leg side field is deep mid on, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square leg. And there is a mid wicket sort of saving 1, although if you're anywhere near the 30-yard circle, you kind of struggle if the batsman goes straight away, as long as it's not hit too quickly. There's one on the 45 actually as well, saving 1, as that's worked by Vince up to mid-on off the back foot. He moves on to 42, and Hampshire on to 88.
De Grandhomme's just looking busy at the crease here. I've seen, obviously we got to see his innings of 150 in the county championship where he's just jogging between the wickets, but
he does look busy, and he's hit that hard past the diving Harmer up towards mid-on. He just has a little flick of his bat, de Grandhomme, doesn't he? You're sort of waiting for it, and then a real quick flick, real power into that shot up at the top end of the ground.
And every delivery here, putting pressure on the fielders and looking for those 2s.
That's for sure. Vince back on strike, comes down the wicket and hits that in the air, just short of extra cover. Just palmed away, and Vince will come through for a single. Is that Lawrence at extra cover?
This is perhaps, you'd say, one of the most formidable Hampshire batting lineups so far we've had all season. All their stars back in this lineup.
Yeah, they certainly are. Yeah, Vince and Dawson back in, although Dawson only lasted 2 balls. There's a flick away on the leg side by de Grandhomme. I think he was trying to go big. Didn't get that out the middle of the bat. Fortunately for him, it went along the ground, out towards deep mid-wicket. De Grandhomme moves on to 17. 91 for 2. Vince on 43. This is his top score of this year's competition.
He's brought that good luck with him from Edgbaston then, just in time for Hampshire.
It's not often you say England got me into form. As that's pulled away by Vince, out on the leg side, but again it's gone to deep mid-wicket, half fielded, almost helped over the rope, but well recovered. And that'll be the end of the over. 11 overs gone, 9 to do, 92 for 2.
De Grandhomme, one thing I've noticed about him, obviously a massive fan, but you start to notice when he gets past that 15 mark and almost, he gets quite impatient, which as we might be seeing already with him really trying to push James Vince through here. But I'd say they're definitely ahead of the mark here, Hampshire. They've just if De Grandhomme is there at the end, it will be destructive. And it could be carnage with all these seamers left to bowl. So if you could just make it through this Essex barrage of spin, I guess, then I guess that's what these two will be saying in the middle. Keep the experience in the middle. Najjar in, changing ends again for his final over. Into Vince, and that's cut away into the offside, soaring towards the boundary and evades the long off fielder. 4 runs for James Vince, moving on to 48, not out.
Terrific stuff. Yeah, he really is. He looks a slightly different player than the one we've seen in this year's T20 tournament so far. Definitely that innings up at Edgbaston's helped him.
That England A team's done wonders for everyone's confidence. England cool at 1 week, now you're scoring runs in the T20 Blast. Najjar past the umpire, and this is swept by Vince, but to the deep square leg fielder just for 1. Firmly struck that Vince, he just seems to be seeing everything so clearly.
Picked it up well, didn't he? Snater out there at deep backward square leg. Really scattered field now for Essex.
De Grandhomme just taking his guard again with a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a deep cover. So perhaps we could see some innovation here. Some reverse sweeps as Najjar comes into De Grandhomme. It's flatter delivery, and that's back foot punched past the extra cover fielder in the ring. And then he looks for a 2 again, but just 1 run. Fielded there in the deep by, see who our fielders are. I say as I cannot identify anyone. I think we've got, must be Paul Walter down here in front of us, who's been getting a bit of stick from the crowd. Michael Pepper at the other long on, and then in comes Najjar. Mistimed here by Vince, who drives it down to the long on fielder. Huge round of applause from here as Vince reaches his 50. Scoreboard not quite up to date until that ball, but a loud applause here from the Ageas Bowl. 50 runs for Vince, and what a few days he has had. 100 for England, then back to his home ground for 50 runs.
Might be another 100 here yet, Melissa.
Najjar past the umpire. Back of the length delivery, cut into the offside by De Grandhomme. Again looking for 2, and the fielders come through now and easily get through. Good running from Hampshire, bringing up the 100 runs off 11.5 overs. This partnership here being key now for Hampshire to reach that over 170 mark.
31 these two have put on.
Najjar, final ball of the over. In, and a floated delivery, and just clipped in the air by De Grandhomme, but into the vacant mid-off area. Fielded by the long-off fielder just for 1 run. And that is the end of the over. Hampshire 102 for 2 off 12 overs.
And 10 runs off that Najjar over, who finishes with 4 overs, 2 for 30. That's still pretty decent figures.
You'd take that bowling against these two batters for sure.
Yeah, he's bowled against all the players in form. Darcy Short out for 30, Liam Dawson out for 0 second ball. Those are the 2 wickets that have fallen so far, both in the 9th over, and both those wickets falling when the score was 69.
How are you feeling about that decision to send in Dawson at 3? Because as you said, it's unusual, and with the likes of De Grandhomme coming in and Weatherly as well in such good form, but it seems a bit strange now.
Well, I suppose with no Tom Prest, who's been batting at 3, I guess either players had to move up or Dawson goes in at 3. Obviously they've taken the decision to put Dawson straight in at 3. Obviously hasn't worked on this occasion. Be interested to see what might happen tonight. We've got, who have we got at this end now? That's bowled, and that's a right arm seam bowler. It's Neesham, Jimmy Neesham, the New Zealander, with his right arm medium paces. That's played back to him by Colin de Grandhomme.
I'm a big fan of Jimmy Neesham, I must admit. He's quite a Twitter personality, I feel, so he's gathered quite a fan club there.
Has he?
Especially amongst our Southampton Ladies Cricket Club. He's definitely got a few fans here down in Southampton.
Has he? Well, that's a bit random. I'm going to ask you why after this delivery, as Neesham bowls from that pavilion end, pulled away by de Grandon, but only on the 45. It's gone straight there to Sam Cook. Go on, so why?
A multitude of reasons, Kev. Obviously, his immense cricketing ability.
Of course.
And I said, it just seems like quite a fun personality, and I'm sure some of the girls will also cite other reasons as well. But
would they?
I mean, bowling at his New Zealand teammate now, that must have been quite a fun opportunity for him, really.
Yeah, I just imagine they're having a little giggle out there in the middle at the moment. Scores 102 for 2. As Neesham comes in again and bowls and pulled away by de Grandon in the air, but saved back on the square on the leg side. Ball plugs in the outfield a little bit, picked up just inside the boundary rope away to our left by Ryan Tenduscarter, and they come back for 2. So this, I mean, so for no other reason than, I mean, a random cricket player that most of you down here all sort of follow.
It's the power of social media, isn't it? I mean, because he is one of those players who is quite active and, you know, talks to all these groups around. He has made himself. It's what we call a B-nick, big name in cricket.
Right. Gosh, I'm learning loads here. As Neesham bowls, de Grandon gets a full delivery, which he works up to mid-on, and they'll jog through for a single there, 105 for 2. Anybody else in that sort of league?
I mean, I know a lot of us quite like James Vince as well. I once had him when I was training down at the Ageas Bowl Centre. James Vince held a door open for me. I had to go take a time out because I was so excited.
Really?
I messaged all my friends you've never guessed what's just happened. So that was a good day. Thanks, James Vince, for that one.
And you decided to follow him on Twitter because of that?
Yeah.
Here comes Neesham. Bowls to Vince. It's pulled away. Short delivery. It's gone along the ground out to deep backward square leg. Again, it's just a single. Ryan Tenduscarter doing the fielding there. Away to our left. 106 for 2. Hampshire. 1 ball left of the 13th over. So there you are. Away to Melissa's heart is to open the door for her the next time you pass her.
I'd quite like that at the Hilton. It's about a 10-minute queue for the lift. So I also like being let in the lifts first, if anyone's interested.
So Neesham's just going to change the field here. He's decided to have fine leg up. Nobody's gone back out actually, so in fact he's had to have fine leg up because there's 4 fielders on the 30-yard circle now as he comes in and bowls. It's wide and full outside the off stump, and de Grandon can't reach it. It's a dot delivery as it goes through to Adam Wheater. Haven't said Adam Wheater's name too often in this innings so far, formerly of Hampshire, of course. 13 overs gone, Hampshire 106 for 2.
One great thing about this Essex side is just how many bowling options they've got. I mean, this is something I noticed when commentating on the Southern Vipers games. They have so many options and they spread it across, but in men's games, or more often I've noticed, you have your established kind of almost 5-6 bowlers, but just Essex just working out what this pitch is doing now and having an option like Neesham who can jump to. He knows what de Grandon likes to play, and I think that final ball, that full Yorker outside off stump, that's the best place to build it to Grandon. Don't let him free his arms through it. And I think offside shots are less conventional for him. He's a bit of a leg side bully, so a good tactic.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, obviously knows him quite well, and I guess that's why he brought fine leg up, knowing he's going to bowl full outside the off stump. The ball ain't going to go down towards fine leg.
Vince back on strike. 51 not out now. Hampshire 106 for 2, and we have Snater back into the attack. Bowled 2 overs for 19 runs so far, so looking to pull it back here for Essex. In past the bowl to Vince, short ball, and that's slapped through the offside for 4 runs.
That really is a slap.
Vince has been watching Wimbledon for the last few days, you can tell, in his hotel room. Just down the wicket a few steps there and just forehanded through the extra cover region, and a ruthless introduction back into the bowling.
It certainly is, isn't it, really? You bowl like that and somebody slaps you flat back. That really is a bit of disdain shown to the bowler.
He's just got to get it here. Push the ball up, really get it in the batter's block hole. Bowl to your field here, Snater in. Full of delivery, and that's just clipped into the leg side by Vince. He's running quickly between the wickets here and looking for a 2, but the fielder there in the deep keeps that down for a 1. Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, I don't think there was any more than 1 there, but still good stuff here from...
Take it off the mark with 1 run. This is by some distance Surrey's best over so far, and Atkinson now to Hammond, to Howell, the 2 right-handers in.
5 runs off these
Howell clips that nicely through mid-wicket. There'll be a chase round for David. He should stop it. And he gets a bit of help from Jordan Clark, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2.
Best of all words there. 2 fielders inside the ring that their man just palmed away but kept in.
Good time to strike as well for Surrey, just when Hammond and Howell had settled nicely. Very productive opening 4 overs, but it was certainly more circumspect than we've seen. Just ready to go in the latter end of the power play, but checked with that wicket.
It's the 5th over. Howell drives nicely up to mid-off. It's a sharp single, but the call was answered straight away. He set off straight away, and Gareth Batty's throw was, even if it had hit, Howell would have
since that first ball, Snater, where he was harshly punished through the offside by Vince, but just a single every ball since then. De Grandhomme on strike.
He's pitched it up a little bit further, hasn't he, since then?
I think this is something the Hampshire bowlers can be watching as well. The likes of our seamers, just push it up there, get them hitting it down the ground. Snater, back of the driven again. De Grandhomme tries to cut through, and we've got the ball. Oh my word, the ball has been thrown in there. So we had a guided shot by De Grandhomme trying to get it through that gap, but another good bit of fielding by Sam Cook, and then a throw at the stumps, a ricochet off the stumps. De Grandhomme looking for a single. Vince says no.
It could, I tell you what, it's just well at the stumps, because it was. I mean, the fielders backing up were at deep mid-wicket, so there would have been an easy single. So actually, just as well.
Can we just have a dot ball now here, please, Hampshire, so I can figure out how to speak again? A Snater, final ball of the over, and a fuller delivery and driven. Bit ugly down the ground by De Grandhomme, just for another single. So a good comeback there from Snater. That is for 8 runs off the over, and Hampshire 114 for 2.
Thanks, Melissa. I think we're having a swap here, aren't we? Paul Newton's coming in. Melissa will be back in a couple of overs or so to finish off the Hampshire innings. Getting her breath back there. There's a lot of runs being scored quite quickly. Good start from Hampshire. It was a slow start initially, just 4 runs off the first 2 overs, but since then Hampshire have really found the momentum there, and whilst 2 wickets fell with a score on 69 in the 9th over, Darcy Short and Liam Dawson going quickly. James Vince has kept them going well with 57, and De Grandhomme has come in and given him really good support very quickly. Paul Newton.
Yep, it's certainly been Hampshire's day generally. I think you'd rather be a batsman than a bowler in these conditions. Essex have fielded pretty well, to be fair to them. Harmer, of all people, did drop a very difficult chance early on, but apart from that, we've seen some very, very good ground fielding. Sam Cook, I think, has been outstanding. Seems to feel well on this ground. So Neesham is on his way in, start of the 15th. And this ball is clubbed by De Grandhomme down to deep mid-wicket. There'll just be a single and score to 114 for 2.
Just got a tweet here from Jack Morris at Sonnet Sport, who says, such an exciting day's cricket for Hampshire. Just a shame the picture quality is jumpy today. Can anything be done? Not by me, because I've absolutely no control over the pictures at all. So I know 1 or 2 people at Hampshire are listening. Maybe they might be able to.
Neesham in bowls to Vince. Vince has clubbed this ball down to long on again. There'll just be the single. Hit a little bit too well for there to be anything more than a single. If you just took the pace off the shot, long on is a long way away, and probably they would have been able to get back for 2. 116 for 2 in the 15th over.
Yeah, the innings is going quite quickly as well, isn't it? Before you know it, will be in the last over. So let's hope Hampshire can keep these things going along.
Neesham in bowls to the ground arm, and this ball is played away, a chase round the boundary at deep backward point. Oh, it's brilliantly kept in there by Snater, and they just get the 2 runs where 4 look to near certainty. Another great bit of field, 118 for 2. De Grandhomme moving on to 29.
Well, you can see why he fields on the boundary there. He was quick, wasn't he, as well? Yep. He looked like he was running out of ground, but just got there in time. Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, is listening as well. He says today's opening stand of 69 was a Hampshire T20 record against Essex.
Thanks, Dave. As Neesham is in, bowls to the grand arm, who's pulled this ball away to deep square leg, just be a single there. 119 for 2, or have they already put the run up? 50-run partnership, that is for sure, of which Vince has contributed 20 and de Grandhomme 30. Lovely to hear from you, Dave Allen there. I thoroughly enjoyed your company. Dave and myself share a great interest in music, and we had many a good conversation while we watched it rain at Arundel.
Oh, we did.
Last year. Hampshire, yes, but playing at Arundel because the Aegeus was being used for international cricket at the time. Neesham's in, bowls, and this ball is hit away, and that one might reach the boundary and has done at mid-wicket. So 4 runs there takes the score to 123 for 2, and Vince moves along to 62.
Well, he's used that slog sweep quite a bit, hasn't he? Hitting across the line once or twice, and he's picked the gap there brilliantly, just wide of mid-on, and again power there from James Vince, obviously benefiting from those 3 figures the other night for England.
Yep, he's seeing it large, as they say, as Neesham is in to complete the over, which has so far gone for 9, and Vince has it's a wide. That one was dug in short. Neesham may not be entirely in agreement with the umpire's decision there, but it was difficult, and Vince reached up and flayed at it, still couldn't reach it. So 124 for 2. I think that's the first wide of the innings.
I think you're right.
Don't remember another one.
No, I don't think there has been. I'm going to have a quick look. Yeah, I think you're right there, Paul.
So another one that purports to be the last ball of the over. And in and bowls to Vince, and Vince waits for this and smashes it away to the man on the cover boundary, Shane Snater, just be a single, and the over ends with Hampshire 125 for 2. Excellent scoreboard away to our left, very, very quick to put the changes to the score up. Vince is 63 not out and will keep the bowling, and de Grandhomme exactly 30.
So Hampshire going along here. What are we looking at? 2, 6, about 8 and over, aren't they, really?
Yep.
Something like that. So 5, 8 and 40. I mean, they're certainly on for 170 here, and you would hope, with the momentum that they have, probably more than that, really. 180, maybe even 190, if these two stick around for a while longer. So that really will be a really challenging score, that's for sure.
Simon Harmer coming into the attack at the hotel end.
Yeah, 2 overs, none for 11 for the off spinner. Bowls down the wicket comes Vince. He swats it away on the leg side and he's out. Hasn't got hold of that at all, and he kicks the ground in frustration. Probably feels he should have. Well, he probably should have cleared the ground, let alone not got caught in the deep. Just didn't get hold of that at all. And Vince goes for 63, 125 for 3.
An anticlimactic end to a very, very fine innings from James Vince. We were just saying that he was fresh from the 100 in international cricket, caught by Jimmy Neesham, deep mid-wicket off Harmer for 63, and that probably a little bit illustrates the difference between ordinary bowlers and Simon Harmer. It wasn't that there was anything terribly demonic in the ball, but he has this habit of getting people out, and nobody better to get out from an Essex point of view than the Hampshire skipper.
56-run partnership between de Grandhomme and Vince ended. Hampshire 125 for 3, and the new batsman out is Joe Weatherly, who's in pretty decent form in this competition, a much improved player over the last year or two in this form of the game. Hampshire's top run scorer in this campaign, 256 as he walks out to the middle, averaging 32. So Simon Harmer will stay round the wicket. He's bowling to Colin de Grandhomme, who's
batsman having crossed.
Yeah. Harmer comes in again and bowls, and de Grandhomme works that down the ground. Fielding on the deep mid-on boundary is Michael Pepper. Keeps it down to a single. Weatherly on strike.
The important thing for de Grandhomme and Hampshire is that having lost his partner in that 50-run partnership, he doesn't get out very soon after, because that would reduce Hampshire's possibilities from what we were thinking a few moments ago when both of them were going so well.
That's where you can easily lose momentum, isn't it? So you have to be careful. Low full toss as Weatherly works that away on the onside. There's no deep mid-wicket. Big gap there. That's 4. That's a gimme. He's gone for the Yorker there, overdone it. Absolute gimme in T20 cricket, that. If you get it wrong, of course, it's easy for the batsman, but no deep mid-wicket as well. De don't think that'll be the case for much longer. In fact, it isn't, because even for this next ball, mid-wicket is going out, plugging that gap.
Yes, predictable. He was out there, of course, for the catch, and then brought in for the new batsman.
130 for 3 as Weatherly swats that away on the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. 131 for 3. Weatherly 5 off his first 2 balls that he's faced, brings de Grandon back on strike.
Yes, Neesham's had quite a busy over there, taking the fairly regulation catch, diving but not quite cutting off the 4, and then going and doing the next bit of fielding on the boundary.
Armour runs away from us, swatted away by de Grandon, but only as far as the 45 on the leg side, no run.
Dot balls, very precious from an Essex point of view here, and potentially costly from a Hampshire point of view. They'll be very keen to see there aren't too many of those left in this innings.
That's for sure. Harm's got good figures as well. We'll come to those in a moment, as that's just dabbed by de Grandon down towards the man on the 45 on the offside, who's quite deep, so Weatherly calls him through. De Grandon will keep the strike. 16 overs gone, 132 for 3. Harmer's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 18. Paul Newton will continue, and in alongside
Going to see Sam Cook back in the attack at the pavilion end, and just leaning over his bat as he makes his way in now to bowl initially to de Grandon, who's whipped this ball away off the pads, and it's very well fielded there at mid-wicket, and that is the end of de Grandon. A fine catch taken in the distance. I wasn't sure if he'd held on to that or not, but I think that's Tenduscarter there, and the ball was flicked away and very nicely taken, tumbling to his left, and Hampshire lose their 4th wicket at 132.
Every time I put on the headphones, someone gets out, and I wasn't even looking at that one. I've got my Michael caught up with my trying to all up, and yeah, but disappointing. As we said, we would like de Grandon to be back.
You can come again, by the way. Every time you come here, you know, you get wickets for Essex. Well done. Caught Tenduscarter confirmed off Cook.
It's fine. I can come to your radio station whenever you guys need a few wickets. Just pop in. Send me out again. Bring me
I think
in.
so. You'll be very welcome anytime. Paul Newton here with Melissa Story, bringing you coverage for BBC Radio Solent, BBC Essex Online, and Hampshire winning the toss and batting 132 for 4 on a lovely summer's day. And it's not often we've been able to describe anything as a summer's day this year.
I must say I'm absolutely sweltering, so it is enjoyable, but I feel bad for the players out there.
Cook to Lewis McManus, the new batsman, who's pulled this one away into the onside, caught hold of it nicely, but finds the man on the mid-wicket boundary. Just be a single, 133 for 4.
This is the usual situation McManus is used to coming in for. 4 overs left now. Hampshire round on 133, so just hoping to push it up there. And it's a difficult job for these middle-order batters to come in and just get going from the first ball, but an opportunity for Essex to really, you'd say, restrict the Hampshire batters now.
Well, that's right, although these are 2 very capable batsmen in Weatherly and McManus, and this next ball is left alone, actually, by McManus there as he just leans backwards from one dug in a little bit short. Happy to sway out of the way there, but he won't be happy to do that again, I wouldn't think, because time is running out for Hampshire. 133 for 4, with Essex considerably assisted by having made recent breakthroughs, most notably James Vince caught Neesham bowled Harmer 63, and de Grandon caught Tenduscarter bowled Cook 32. This next ball is pulled away. There's a man on the fine leg boundary, who's Dan Lawrence, will keep it down to a single. 134 for 4, I think that's going to be, yes.
One thing I've noticed so far with Essex as well, apart from that one dropped catch by Harmer, I think it was in the 4th over of the innings, their fielding's been really good, and it just shows the transition in T20 games, how much of a difference their tight fielding, how they've brought it back in the bowling. Hampshire have just been put on the back foot a bit here.
They have fielded well, Essex, today, quite right. And so here, an attempted heave into the onside. The ball was outside off stump. There was I was going to say, I didn't think there was any bat in that. It's a leg by, 135 for 4. But any time Essex can keep the scoring down to a single, they'll be delighted.
And just we see a few more changes in fielders. They've clearly got their plans sorted for different batters, looking to just give McManus the single on the leg side, and happy to just, as you mentioned, give them singles, which now from this point, Hampshire, with the loss of de Granton, these two batters have got to get their eye in quickly and try and find the boundary.
17th over being bowled. Cook is in and bowls, and that's very nicely played by McManus. Finds the gap between mid-off and extra cover. Top shot, and that takes his tally to 5 and Hampshire to 139 for 4 at the end of an otherwise excellent over from an Essex point of view.
And yet again, speaking things into existence here in the commentary box, but a handy boundary at the end of that over for Hampshire. Of course, Harmer still has 1 over left to bowl out of his 4 allocated overs. 3 overs remaining now. What score do you reckon Hampshire are going to get up to?
They want to get 170 for sure. Now, while ever that partnership between James Vince and Colin de Grandon was going on, they'd have looked to be going in 180, even 190, because both of them would have been capable of 6s through the final stages. It's not that these two are incapable, but they are entitled to a ball or two to get going.
As Harmer bowling his final over of his 4 over spells, a fuller ball and swept away by Weatherly, and that evades both fielders out on the leg side to 4 runs to start the over. Harmer has his hands at his hips, disappointed maybe with that ball or just impressed with the shot, but a good start to the over. 4 boundaries in a row now for Hampshire, who move on to 143 for 4.
Yep, fine shot, not Harmer's best delivery, but good cricket from Weatherly, who's got a good record against Essex.
Harmer past the umpire again in that same spot, and another sweep shot, but straight into the fielder's hands. So another wicket falls now for Hampshire. Attempted that sweep shot again, Weatherly, but which is one of his favourite shots, but in the air this time, not timed, and another wicket for Essex, who are really dragging Hampshire back here now.
I think that's your mate Jimmy Neesham with the catch there. It is indeed off Harmer for 10, and well, just hit a 4, nearly hit a 6, but it just alighted beautifully for Neesham, not needing to run very quickly, but just sauntering along the mid-wicket boundary to take it almost casually in the end. And 143 for 5 now represents quite a disappointing last sort of 3 or 4 overs for Hampshire.
Absolutely, those first 10 overs, Hampshire looked unstoppable.
Yeah.
There almost seemed to be no solution for Essex, but they've really done a good job now. They've been tight in the field, as we mentioned, and just what we see across this entire competition, they're spinners, they come through, they take wickets, they lower the run rate, and now suddenly you've got Hampshire in a position where with, just over 2 overs remaining now, and the 2 new batters at the crease. So Fuller joins McManus, but McManus on strike. Harmer in, and this strikes on the pads. He claps his hands up to appeal to the umpire, but the umpire says, not out. Not sure about you, but that one looked quite close.
I think so. Definitely. Harmer certainly proving his worth here. 2 wickets to his name and very economical. He's making a big difference.
Harmer in for the 4th ball of the over and just edged away into the leg side. They're looking for 2 here as the fielder runs in, Neesham. And can he restrict them? No. 2 runs and well backed up there. So good running from Hampshire to squeeze through for those 2 runs there. Neesham will be disappointed in that. His eyes were almost glowing waiting for that run out.
It was well backed up, as you said, because that was 4 overthrows if it hadn't been so well stopped.
Stopped there by Najjar, who is backing up. In comes Harmer, a reverse sweep, but straight to the fielder at 3rd man inside the ring. So just another 1 run there for Fuller, who gets off the mark.
146 for 5, the 18th.
So 1 ball remaining in this over. Apologies, McManus that single. So Fuller on strike now, still on 0. And he might just be happy here, just to see this ball off and allow McManus to be on strike for the next over. But then dot balls are so costly at this point in the game. Harmer in, and this ball was defended, but they sneak through for a single. There the fielder. So at the end of the over, Hampshire 147 for 5. 2 overs remaining. Hampshire need a few more runs now to get to that 170 projection, but Essex pulling it back with some impressive fielding and bowling.
Yeah, it's not to say that Essex themselves will find it easy, even if they stop now and had to chase 148. They'd hope to get there, and Hampshire will certainly hope to add at least 20 from the last 2 overs, but never judge one innings before you see the other. Hampshire have had some very good players staying there for a good long period, most notably James Vince, but also Darcy Short and Colin de Grandhomme, and Essex will need at least a couple of players to be out there for well over half the innings if they're to win the game, no matter what the total they're chasing. It's James Fuller who will be facing the last over from the pavilion end. Shane Snater is on his way. Bowles, and Fuller has clubbed this ball down the ground, and long off, didn't pick it up at first and was heading in the wrong direction. Paul Walter in the distance there. They come back for 2. Maybe if he'd been able to pick it up, nobody loses it on purpose, he might have been able to keep it down to a single. But Fuller moves up to 3, and the score to 148 for 5.
I feel a bit better now about losing the ball every delivery now if the fielders are struggling too.
And Snater in again, Bowles, and this ball has been cross-batted to deep mid-wicket. Just be a single in it, and Essex will be reasonably happy if they can concede only singles. It's 150 now. I said 148 before, should have been 149. 150 for 5.
So another landmark reached by Hampshire, who will be looking to push it up, predicting maybe around the 165 now mark, but just really good stuff here from Snaton. I think he figured it out in his second over potentially, just to push it up there, and anything on the stumps, anything full is difficult to get away on this wicket.
Very good point indeed, as Snater is on his way again to bowl to McManus. And McManus has hit this in the air. Fieldsman trying to get underneath it. It's going to go to ground first, and they're able to come back for 2 runs. Sam Cook fielding on the edge of the circle, 45 degrees behind the wicket in the offside. It has fielded brilliantly in that position, but even he was unable to get under it, and the score goes to 152 for 5 and McManus to 10.
It's clever cricket. I love when the batters just wait for that back of the hand and short slurp and just guide it over the heads of the inner ring.
Snater in again. And McManus has really got hold of that. That's 6. 158 for 5, coming toward the end of the 19th over. That was a brilliant pick up there. And the difference was, we've seen a lot of shots where the batsman's really thrown the bat as hard as he could. There was no great effort in that, and that's where the timing comes in. He picked that up prodigiously well. One of the shots of the innings, 158 for 5, McManus to 16.
Clearly those runs scored last Friday has just given McManus that boost he needs now to get going in the latter stages of this tournament. And as you mentioned, pure timing there, beautiful shot to watch.
Yes, it's generally speaking this year, we haven't seen too much good timing of a cricket ball in the T20 tournament. Largely, I think, because we had the coldest April on record and about the 3rd coldest May and the 4th wettest May, if you can follow all that. In other words, it was cold and wet and horrible. And it must have had an effect, I think, on the preparation of pitches. I haven't seen too many pitches this season where you could truly say the ball was coming onto the bat. But that was a shot that belied all that. That was a delicious piece of timing from Lewis McManus. It's taken a while to retrieve the ball, but it's now back in action here as he faces the penultimate ball of this over, the 19th. And that one is signalled a no ball, and that is not a good move from Shane Snater, because we're going to have a free hit. And of course, so far there are still 2 deliveries left of this over. There's 2 runs onto the board, so that's 160 for 5, and all of a sudden something like 180 is back in the reckoning here. Free hit then as Snater comes in. Bowls to McManus, who steps away and clubs this, but only hits it straight to Paul Walter at mid-off. And they, in fact, I don't think they ran there in the end, did they? 160. Yes, it's a good one. 161 for 5, Fuller coming into strike.
I just think this over showed as well, but taking pace off the ball is good, but you can't afford to be too short on this wicket. A good batting surface, and you can't afford to give the batters too much width or free those hands.
Yes, he did well in the end, Snater, there, just to concede 1 from the free hit. Here he is completing the over, and this ball has been hit down to Paul Walter at deep mid-off and out. And so that is the end of James Fuller. Caught Walter, bowled Snater for 4, and Hampshire lose their 6th wicket. A good over for them overall, but it's 161 for 6.
It's just 1 ball remaining in that over so far, but that was a clever delivery from Snater. I noticed from here, back of the hand, slower ball, and just really just floated out and had a bit of dip. and too much for Fuller, who never really got going, but as we mentioned, difficult for batters in this situation to get going. But Chris Wood, who was captain of Hampshire last week in James Vince's absence, is coming to the crease now. Handy batter for the end of the innings. Can definitely hit a long ball with those long levers. Apologies, that was end of the over. 1 over remaining, Hampshire 161. So can they get these 9 more runs this final over to push them up to 170? We will see.
Yeah, it was 14 runs off the over, but a wicket off the last ball. And at this stage, you know, you can't blame batsmen for getting out because they're just going for it with everything. Sam Cook will bowl the last over.
Sam Cook in deep cover, everyone else on the leg side. And a Fuller delivery, and that's clubbed to the long on inside the ring for just a single there. So Wood gets off strike first ball. A good start from Cook.
Yes, obviously any ball he can bowl this over going for no more than a single is helping Essex's cause. 162 for 6, but it's very well poised, this match, actually. It may be enough for Hampshire, it may not. It's I think, going to be close.
Cook past the umpire, and that's a back of a length really clipped off the legs, straight into the crowd there by McManus. Signalled 6 by the umpire, just guided off his legs. Sam Cook's bowling straight onto McManus's pads. And we see the crowd here getting a bit lively now in this final over. And as you mentioned, as we go up to this total, 170, it's hopefully we'll have a really exciting second innings here. A big chase for Essex, but with their star-studded lineup, they could easily do this.
Another great pickup, same sort of area as his previous 6 in the 19th over, and certainly Hampshire, for me, want McManus to be on strike for the next 4 deliveries.
They do.
Not to be rude to Chris Wood, but McManus is in there seeing it very, very well.
I'm sure he'll understand. As Cook comes in, third man's been moved back into the ring, and he steps away from the ball here, but McManus can only guide it down to long on field, and they're coming back for a 2. Chris Wood straight into the bowler's hands, an appeal, but Chris Wood gets through safely. 2 runs to add on to Hampshire's score. 168 now, with 3 balls remaining from this innings. Good running from Hampshire.
Yes, nice bit of work by Michael Pepper. A decent throw coming in, but there was nothing he could do to prevent the second run there. Pepper fielding on the long on boundary.
It's good tactics from Hampshire, not to time it into the leg side, but almost mistiming the ball gives greater opportunities for 2 runs. In comes Cook, and this is clubbed in the air. There's a fielder down there at deep long on, and he catches the ball, throws it over the boundary rope and catches the ball in again. Great work there from Michael Pepper. Incredible boundary catch. That is the end of McManus for 25 runs. A valuable knock, 25 runs off 12 balls, but an incredible bit of fielding, and just illustrative of how Essex has fielded this entire second half of this game especially.
Well, I can tell you he did exactly the same thing at Chelmsford the last time I saw Essex, not actually in their most recent game, but he did the same thing, caught it inside the line, had all the composure in the world as he saw he was going to step over the rope to complete the catch, just to toss it up in the air, make sure he got back inside the rope and took the catch. So as you say, lovely bit of fielding, and McManus goes for a superb cameo of 25.
In comes Cook again to the new batter. Again, this gets skied into the air. The mid-off fielder's coming round, and another catch, another wicket for Essex. Wood falls on his second ball.
Walter with the catch, and it did ever so well there because he ran quite a long way, took it coming over his head. Really good catch by Paul Walter, and the wickets are fairly going down in these last few overs.
And just so useful, these wickets at the end. Obviously not too concerned, but dot balls, and that's what Essex need now. Hampshire 170 for 7. 1 ball remaining now as the new batter will be on strike, but just Essex's fielding, and I guess going back to that catch 2 balls ago on the boundary, where you catch the ball, step out, the amount of, that's almost, you see club cricketers practicing that and training. Our ladies team will practice that as well, and it's just incredible how normal that has become in fielding drills in the game, and fielders will be expected to be able to take that, and just the calm and poise he took in taking that catch.
I don't know if you watched that film on the coverage of the Ladies International, England-India, the other night.
Yes.
But they kept showing that wonderful catch in just that fashion, but a much more difficult one than the one we've just seen.
Absolutely, that catch, I can't remember the Indian player's name, but
no, I
absolutely
can't.
incredible. Almost a diving catch at first, but she threw it a bit too far back.
That's right. Just to advise you, it's a hat-trick ball off the last ball.
So hat-trick ball now for Cook. In he comes, and it's a hit along the ground and fielded by Harmer. Extra cover as they sneak through for a single. So no wicket and no hat-trick there for Cook, but a brilliant final over for the seamer. As Hampshire finish on 171 off their 20 overs. Cook finishes with figures of 4 overs, 34 runs and 3 wickets. So a wonderful bowling and fielding display from Essex, especially in the second half of that game. And Hampshire, as I mentioned, 171 for 8 off 20 overs.
Thank you very much, Melissa Story. Delighted to have Melissa with us today, and Kevin James, of course. Hampshire listeners now will go into the break, but for Essex listeners, I will regale you with the full scorecard of what has been a lovely afternoon's cricket so far, I must say, with all that's best in this type of cricket. Some wonderful stroke play. I would guess, I haven't got the official figure, I would guess about 7 sixes struck by Hampshire batsmen. Some outstanding fielding, I have to say, by Essex. Now, I've not all that often been able to say that this year, but they really were terrific out there today. Some phenomenal stops, and some of the catching was absolutely first class as the fieldsmen disappear over the boundary. So Hampshire won the toss and elected to bat, and we had a partnership of 69 for the first wicket, and that came between James Vince, the skipper, returning from his brilliant match-winning 100 for England against Pakistan in the week. On Tuesday, I think that was. Doesn't matter when it was particularly, but a great partnership with Lewis Gregory on that occasion. Century partnership saw England to an improbable victory because they're only halfway to 332 when the 5th wicket fell. And I was delighted to hear Lewis Gregory paying tribute to county cricket in the context that the England side that beat Pakistan was virtually a second 11 caused by people having to self-isolate from COVID connections, and to be able to throw in a completely different side and still make a massive score like that when Baba Alam had scored 158 certainly was a fantastic effort. So James Vince, coming back here on the back of the 100 that he made there, made 63, top scoring for Hampshire today, his best score for Hampshire of the season, and he and Darcy Short looked to be putting Hampshire well on top with a 69-run partnership before Darcy Short was caught by Cook off Aaron Nijjar for 30. He was attempting a reverse sweep, and he played beautifully for his 30, but I think 2 or 3 sixes in it. But the big question was, Kevin James, the first time he played the reverse sweep, said, well, he didn't really need to play that. He's been doing well playing conventional shots. And he then went and repeated it and paid the penalty. And almost before you could blink, Liam Dawson, who had a spell of a month on loan to Essex a few years ago, and who was our summariser with Kevin James and myself, Paul Newton, at this match, the equivalent match a year ago. It's absolutely superb. Summariser Liam Dawson, and said how much he'd enjoyed his spell with Essex, and sadly he went second ball today, caught by Cook off Nijjar, an attempted heave over mid-wicket, not really coming off. Nijjar picking up 2 wickets in 3 balls as Hampshire slumped to 69 for 2, but they then recovered with another half-century partnership between the sheet anchoring James Vince and the New Zealander Colin de Grandhomme. And they put on 56 together, in fact, just check that, 63 together, before, in the end, the partnership was broken when Vince was caught by Neesham off Harmer's first ball of an over for 63. That made
of the Essex reply. We quite enjoyed that, didn't we?
I mean, we did have a sheet with all the players' numbers on them in front of us, so I think perhaps we did cheat a bit, but I mean, we would have won the prize. We absolutely smashed it.
Well, you did. You kind of worked out who hadn't been named, and you worked out what numbers were left.
It was very mathsy, wasn't it? I was quite proud.
Quite good fun, that. I'm sure we'll see that around the grounds over the next couple of seasons, I guess. So the Hampshire total of 171 for 8 built around James Vince's 63 of 46 balls. And the next high scorer, Corin de Grandon with 32 off 25, Darcy Short with 30 off 22. Hampshire's opening partnership of 69, the highest for Hampshire against Essex in T20. So just about to get underway then with the Essex reply. It's going to be Chris Wood bowling to Tom Wesley. Here we go then. Wood from the pavilion end. Wesley works it away on the onside, plays that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Hampshire's third score of 170 plus, all in the 170s. All in their last 3 games at home. What do you reckon, Melissa?
I reckon it's defendable. I think, as we mentioned, that average score for the T20 BLAST is around the 160 mark, and looking at Essex's totals so far, they've not scored that many high totals, so could be a good win.
It could be. So Wesley comes down the wicket and whips that away in the air, and it's just past Fuller's outstretched left hand. That could have gone all the way. I think it has, yes. It's gone for 6. Fuller had a lot to do at deep square leg. It wasn't that far away, but that's a great piece of timing from Tom Wesley.
Absolutely. I think we mentioned Tom Wesley's been a bit in and out of their T20 squad so far this year, so it'll be nice to see him back in his stride in this format. And going back to what I was saying, so Essex have only scored 3 scores above 160 so far this tournament. Wow. So I think as soon as they surpass that 170 mark, you know, Hampshire probably are allowed to feel a bit confident here.
Yeah, that's a good spot by you, Melissa. Good stats.
Good stats.
We like the stats.
We love them.
So yes, if Essex do chase this down, it'll be a fantastic effort from them.
It will. I think, yeah, the highest score so far has been 187, but down at Taunton, so everyone knows that that's quite a bit of a run haven, especially Taunton ground. A bit of a delay here in the proceedings of the umpires just coming together to discuss something. Perhaps the ball got a bit damaged.
Oh, it's 4 instead of 6. Thank you very much, Paul. He's still alert, even though he's been on at half time. That's Edge down towards third man. In off the boundary comes Brad Wheel. It'll be a single to the Essex total, and they move on to 5 without loss. 3 balls of this first over. Sunshine out here at the Aegeus. A beautiful day for cricket. 2 games here. Essex and then Sussex coming up at 7 o'clock. We're also keeping an eye, of course, on the other games going on today, because that could affect things for both these sides, as Wheater prods forward and it goes out on the onside, and there is no run.
I must say, someone who probably isn't enjoying this sun is the poor person whose job's to be in the Hawk outfit for Hampshire. In about 28 degrees today, I'm not sure he's thinking that minimum wage is worth it.
Do you know he's on minimum wage?
He's dressed up as a hawk, I'm not going to lie to you. unless it's not, in which I'd quite like a career change now. I'll do it.
It's Wood, left arm over. Bowls to Wheater, comes down the wicket and drives. And he's going to be caught mid-off. Oh, there's the first wicket. Mistake from Wheater. He was looking for that gap over the top. Probably just got a bit too close to the pitch of the ball. I think Scott Curry might have taken that one. And Essex are 5 for 1. Big wicket for Hampshire. The former Hampshire wicketkeeper, Adam Wheater, has gone.
And just as we said, they're putting it in that full spot. Hampshire have been sat up there watching what's worked with Essex and bowling the ball full on those stumps. It's harder to get away, and Wheater just trying a bit too much too early on to get the ball away.
Well, apologies to James Vince. He doesn't quite look like Scott Curry. It is Vince that took that wicket, and Chris Wood doing what he normally does. Actually, I think I saw a stat. Oh, I've heard it once or twice, that his first over, I think he's one of the few bowlers, or there's not many bowlers that have a stat like Chris Wood, where he's taken something like the most wickets in the first over of a T20 game. It's something around there, and he's done it again. He
just has that nick of coming in, as you say. Hampshire started with only 1 run off their first over, and I felt there wasn't quite the need to try and force that through. So a mistake early on, but it brings Dan Lawrence to the crease.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence rejoined Essex after being with the England one-day squad. Faces Chris Wood. Chris Wood bowls down the leg side, and that's going to be a wide. Oh, he's just let himself down there, Chris Wood.
Is that our second wide of the day now? Only 1 in the Essex innings.
There was Jimmy Neesham. Yeah. It's been a day to bowl straight. Pretty good wicket. This wicket will be used again tonight. It'll be interesting to see how that plays with a second T20 game on it, but even so. No real swing for Chris Wood as yet. Runs towards us and bowls, and that's an inside edge. It's running down towards fine leg, and I think Colin de Grandhomme's almost given that up. He has. That's gone very quickly just below us, and that's 4 runs to end that over with Essex 10 for 1.
And a streaky shot from Lawrence, who came down the wicket just a bit. On his only second delivery he's faced. And yeah, sneak it inside edge, but as you say, de Grandhomme didn't quite look like he fancied chasing that one down. That was almost like the 50-year-old bloke in the fours who, when the ball gets hit to him.
But you still like seeing his hair sort of flowing as he runs after
it was very elegant there. The wind was clearly blowing at him. It looked like a L'Oreal commercial.
Were you watching the ball there or his hair?
Not the ball. Definitely not. So Essex 10 for 1 so far off the first over. Gosh, it's quite. Every time I say Essex, my best friend, she's from Essex and has quite a strong accent. So every time I say it in my head, I'm going Essex. So there's a shout out to Anna that I'm commentating this in her voice. So
is she listening? Is she?
She is. Is she? Well, at least I hope she is. Wesley on strike now. So we're going to see Dawson early on, spin early on from Hampshire, as that Dawson past the umpire. Flat delivery, and that's cut through the offside, evades the fielders and straight towards the boundary. 4 runs to Wesley, and not the start Dawson would have hoped for. A bit too short there, and allowed Wesley to throw his hands at it through the offside.
He's been a bit rusty in this game, isn't he, Liam Dawson? Just a 2-ball knock at number 3 before he top-edged a sweep off Nijar. And there his first ball, a little bit too short.
It wasn't, but as we say, he's a bit rusty. He has been professionally sat on a bench for the last few weeks, but his 2 fielders out at long off and deep square leg as he comes in again to Wesley. This ball's straighter but still flat and clubbed through the leg side. Plugs in the outfield and brought in by James Vince, just for another 2 runs then for Essex.
Looks like they've targeted Liam Dawson here a little bit.
I mean, it's a a bold move to bring spin in this early, and obviously with only 2 fielders allowed outside in the power play. So it's a risk, but they've clearly seen something in this wicket and gone spin as the way to go. And I like that. As a captain myself, I always like bringing in spin early on. Openers don't want to face spin in the first 6, really.
True.
Dawson in for his 3rd ball, flat again, but mistimed at this time by Wesley, who can only swat it back at the bowler for no runs.
Looks like Wesley is sort of trying to seize on anything slightly short, isn't he?
And as we saw in the first innings, it just sits up a bit more when it is short, so it's an understandable tactic here, but he's just got to make sure this head start he's got now, he's in there at the end of the power play. Dawson past the umpire, and the batter steps away, signals to something behind the bowler's arm as a person walks past, just as the bowlers, but on his phone. Perhaps he's listening to us, Kev. It's all right.
It's like in a club ground, just walking past the bowler like that.
So slight disruption there. Essex 16 for 1 halfway through this second over. Fireworks in the first over. Dawson comes in, and a flatter delivery is flicked away into the leg side to mid-wicket for just a single.
He's just walking around the inside of the ground. Is he allowed to do that?
I mean, we're not allowed to, so I'd love it if we...
Oh, he's a camera guy. Oh, that's why. Oh, he's allowed.
They get that off.
Yeah, that's all right.
Hopefully the live stream, of course, is giving a better picture now. We had a few problems earlier, but hopefully that has been resolved. Still long off and square leg deep out. Bowling to Lawrence, who edges the ball into the offside somehow, looking to work that away into the leg side, but the ball has gone to the extra cover fielder.
I think that ball just straightened a fraction, just held in the turf a fraction.
And it'll be interesting to see, as we've got 2 games being played on this surface, as spin starts to play a larger role in this game. Dawson, final ball of the over, flatter delivery, but hit straight to the mid-wicket fielder by Wesley for no run. Fielded there by Brad Wheel. So 18 for 1 Essex Eagles off 2 overs so far. And just the start they needed in chasing Hampshire's total of 172.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, need to score at over 8.5 and over here, the visitors. There's a good comeback from Liam Dawson in that over.
And as we were saying in the lunch break, obviously, again, getting a duck. He wouldn't be. That wasn't the start he dreamt of coming back to Hampshire. So a few wickets in this innings will hopefully bring a smile to his face.
That's for sure. Yeah. Welcome back, Liam. 2 balls. He lasted at number 3. Looks like Brad Wheel is coming on from the pavilion end. So Chris Wood, just that one over that went for 10, including the wicket of Adam Wheater, will immediately whisked out of the attack. Of course, Chris Wood not captaining tonight because James Vince is back into the Hampshire side. Chris Wood just enjoying that one game last week and that victory against Somerset. Here's Wheel, bowls, it's down the leg side. That's going to be called a wide, or is it? No, it's not. Quite close to the leg stump, and it does look as though very much as though Dan Lawrence is just inquiring at the umpire.
Because what are the rules? I from what I was aware, anything down the leg side, and I know how frustrating it is as a bowler to bowl and see the batsman step across and have the ball be called a wide, but clearly a sympathetic umpire here.
Yeah, maybe Lawrence just came across the stump a fraction. I mean, it was close to the leg stump, wasn't it? Or goes over the leg stump. Wheel bowls, that's straight, and that's whipped away towards deep square leg. Fuller comes in off the boundary, and it's a single to Dan Lawrence, who moves on to 6, and it's 19 for 1. Dan Lawrence in his last game before he went away with England, in fact a couple of games ago actually, scored a half-century not out in the win against Glamorgan at Chelmsford. It was Westley that got a half-century in Essex's recent game against Sussex. That was a defeat at Hove. So it's Westley facing on 12. Wheel right arm over, comes in and bowls, and it's turned away on the 45 on the leg side. That's off the pad. In fact, it's only just behind square on the leg side actually. Sure, the umpire will signal. He does. Essex move on to 20 for 1. Yeah, 20 for 1.
There's something I really enjoy about Wheel's bowling in the shorter format, is that angle he runs into the crease and the stumps means he will always almost be bowling on the batter's pads. And with these two fielders out at deep square, deep mid-wicket, giving them a single early on this game and blocking out those boundaries, he's just got to keep pushing it on the stumps.
That's for sure. Can't bowl too wide of the off stump, although he gives himself a bit of room there, and that's a nice shot down the ground by Dan Lawrence. 4 runs up towards mid-off, past James Vince's right hand. Nice
Simply going to stop speaking because...
Well, now the thing is, he deliberately tried to give himself some room because all the fielders are up on the offside.
And a good shot from Lawrence, and averaging in this tournament so far, averaging 40 runs. So if he got that today, or even a bit more, I'm sure he'd be chuffed. And now that he's been called up to that England squad as well, I mean, that England A team, everyone's in contention.
They certainly are. Here's Wheel again then. Bowls to Lawrence, walks across his stumps, and that's down the leg side. That's a little bit wider this time, so not surprising that that is actually called a wide. Beautiful afternoon here at the GS Bowl. I think there's going to be a few red faces come towards the end of the evening. Melissa's one, maybe.
I will be donning some sun cream at the end of this game as the sun slowly becomes and just fills our commentary box up here on the gantry, is just becoming a bit of a sauna.
Yeah, it will do. Yeah, it's warm, that's for sure, but yeah, the sun will start to shine in here as that's whipped away past the diving Chris Wood on the 45 on the leg side. That's 4. Well, Brad Wheel is having to bowl straight because all the fielders on the offside are all saving 1. The 2 men out for him in this power play are out on the leg side, so he can't afford to give width, but I think Lawrence knows that and timed that nicely, whipped that away past the diving Chris Wood.
And we've seen him try to do that throughout this over, stepping across the stumps and guide it. And it's interesting that we see a deep mid-wicket at this point, because with those 2 fielders out, as the bowler, you would be looking to bowl the ball full, more in the block hole of the batter, but back of the length is a lot easier to time down to that vacant fine leg spot.
Well, can probably do without the deep mid-wicket, although it nearly goes out that way. Fuller comes around from deep backward square leg. They'll pick up 2. Good running. Fuller had a lot of work to do away to our left, but maybe he doesn't need the deep mid wicket at this stage.
I think with a bowler of his standards, I reckon if he just wants to bowl that good length, then it's more worthwhile having a deep square leg and a fine leg. Allow them to just take it off their hips for a single. So Essex 31 for 1 off their 3 overs. On run rate here at the moment, the Essex Eagles.
Well, Melissa does a lot of captaincy for a club side, so
I did have quite a good day on Sunday captaincy wise. You know, when you bring a particular, so we're playing T20 format and we had different fields for different batters, and that satisfaction when you bring a fielder into the ring and the next ball goes straight there and is stopped. I spent the entire game grinning and giggling to myself every time it happened. It's wonderful. It makes it all worthwhile. As we have a bowling change here. In comes, who is this? Curry coming in the power play, and that first ball, a dot ball, guided into the offside for no run. And when we said it's good to see him still in the team, obviously with the Liam Dawson and James Vince coming back in, but he bowled well last Friday, picked up a few wickets and just often used in those power play overs more, but good to see him bowling now in the 4th over. In he comes to Wesley, and it's a big swing as it goes past the stumps, past the keeper, and down to the boundary for 4 runs. Not sure what happened there, Kev.
Well, it bounced in front of Lewis McManus, which kind of he made a mistake there, but I think it was a slightly slower ball. I think it was a really good ball to Wesley, actually. He was in the shot a little bit too quickly, but clever bowling from Scott Curry, who's 4 games to date in this competition has yielded 12 wickets. It's been good. We thought he might have been the one of those to make way, but he's kept his place and deserves it.
Valuable bowl of Hampshire. Again, with 2 fielders deep on the leg side, so a clear tactic.
गाइस अगर आप लोग सब्सक्राइब नहीं करेंगे तो लाइव मैच से निकल सकते हैं। जल्दी जल्दी सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए। लाइव मैच से नहीं तो आप लोग निकल जाएंगे, तो आप लोग पूरा मैच नहीं देख पाएंगे। और भी मैच है, जल्दी सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए, नहीं तो लाइव मैच से निकल सकते हैं 1-2 मिनट में। जल्दी जल्दी गाइस।
Economy rate of 7.5.
Good for a seamer in this competition.
It is.
It's interesting because out of the lowest economy rates in this competition, as Curry comes in and strikes on the pads, but outside, off stump, caught by the keeper. And there's an appeal here for a caught behind, but declined by the umpire. So in the top 10 lowest economy rates, there's only 1 seamer. All the rest in the entire competition are spinners, and we saw in that first innings with Essex, with the likes of Aaron Najjar and Simon Harmer.
Yeah, brilliant, weren't they?
Spin is the way to go, it seems today. So dot ball from Curry, in again. And that's full and wide and driven out to the offside for 4 runs. No fielders out there, and easy runs for Lawrence, as that ball was just not the right ball for this field.
No, the line was all wrong there from Curry. Totally wrong line. A good sort of, foot outside off stump. You've got no chance. Unless it's hit straight at a fielder, you've got no chance.
One thing from that delivery I did notice, though, was a bit of a way swing we just saw. So the ball, which was unfortunately wide, became even more wide for Dan Lawrence to hit, but almost the first bit of real swing we've seen today.
Yeah. Nicely put away, though, by Dan Lawrence.
He'll be happy with that one. As Curry in against Lawrence, who runs down the wicket and clips it into the leg side. Looking for 2 here as the 2 fielders in the deep come through. And an easy 2 in the end. A big appeal from Curry at the stumps, but Wesley was safely in. So 2 runs to finish that over. An expensive one for Curry. Essex Eagles move on to 42 for 1 and absolutely sailing along in this power play.
Yeah, 11 runs off that one, Melissa. Hampshire after 4 had 29. Hampshire were just starting to build some momentum after a couple of quiet overs early on. But that's good running. Here, how often do we say, with the boundaries the way they are, that if the ball's hit out on the leg side that lands just outside the 30-yard circle, there's always 2. And that happened there as well. And you would think the Hampshire fielders by now, by and large, would know that that's an area where they really have got to make sure they cut the 2 off. Darcy Short at fault there. Maybe there's a little bit of an excuse for him because he won't have played here quite as often as some of the others. But even so.
But I mean, the grounds in Australia are just as big as this one.
Yeah. Wood's back into the attack then after having an over off. He's back, and that's pulled away hard by Tom Wesley out into the deep. Oh, deep mid-wicket, and that's half fielded. In fact, a mistake, and that allows them to come back for 2. Who's that out there? That's
I think that
Tom Prest.
Maybe, substitute. The second mullet in the team.
Yeah.
Notice. So clearly a Hampshire fielder off the pitch.
Melissa likes that. 2 mullets to look out for now.
I did find out as well, it is my friend's brother, Tom Prest, is Tom's sister also plays cricket.
Oh, right, okay. Here comes Wood, bowls, and that's whipped away again out towards the substitute fielder, Tom Prest. It picks up cleanly this time, so a single to Wesley. Takes him on to 15. 45 for 1 here, Essex. Lawrence has 22. Some momentum building here in the Essex innings after losing Adam Wheater in the first over for no score.
They need another wicket here, Hampshire. This has been an absolute cracking start for Essex, exactly what they needed to chase down this total, but one more wicket would just put them on the back foot.
Yeah, they've got the run rate down a bit as well, actually, as that's cut away and hasn't quite found the gap, and that's a good diving stop this time from Darcy Short at backward point. Keeps it down to a single.
I'm just really not sure about this field. I think unless there is a plan and it's potentially not being executed by Hampshire, which is, I'd rather a bowler would go up to the crease, have a plan and not execute it. But having those two deep fielders out there rather than one on each side of the crease, Hampshire having to bowl some tight lines.
They certainly are. There's Wood again and bowls, and that's attempted whip away on the leg side, but by Wesley, misses it, hits him on the pad. That run rate was not so long ago over 8.5. And they've got it to just over 8, so they're going along nicely here. That's the run rate needed from here on in, of course. 126 needed from here in total. 46 for 1, 2 balls left of over number 5. And as Wood comes in and bowls to Tom Wesley again, and Wesley does get bat on this one as he whips it out in front of square on the leg side. Fuller does well, keeps that down to a single. Oh, word, that is a big area away to our left, and it's 47 for 1 now. 1 ball left of the 5th.
Quite lucky today having quite a central wicket in the
Brilliant,
pitch. I mean, last Friday we were playing all the way to our left now and a very short leg side boundary at some points of the game, but quite a lovely view.
It is, yeah. We can see wicket to wicket, which is absolutely ideal as Wood comes in and bowls, and that's driven into the gap. Not quite, as Vince comes around from mid-off and fields that.
Please subscribe guys for the next match. Please subscribe guys. You will subscribe, your name on the screen. Please subscribe guys.
Ahead of the run rate, as you mentioned. The current run rate 9.6. They're just soaring along.
They are going well, aren't they? And Wheater's wicket hasn't set them back at all, has it?
I think here maybe one of those situations when there's one more over of the power play to get through. Let's get through this with seam. It looks as if we've got Curry continuing from this end. Sorry, apologies, Brad Wheel is now coming on at the pavilion end, but I would throw on spin as soon as possible. Mason Crane in the team, he had some wickets in the county championship game earlier this week.
Bowled brilliantly.
Bowled incredible and really showed why he should be in that setup. So if he can come in from here, take a few wickets as soon as possible.
He actually said to me in the interview, which you can hear on the Hampshire Cricket website, that he felt that there were spells, and probably most of the innings he bowled at best he's ever bowled.
Wheel into Lawrence, who helicopter shots that into the leg side, but it just trickles to de Grantom at long on for 1 run. He's got quite a bit of flair, Lawrence, at the crease. You do see playing in a few T20 competitions again around the world, so maybe he's been practicing the likes of MS Dhoni with that shot there, but perhaps not executed as he hoped.
Was that Dhoni-esque?
Dhoni-esque, it was. It's the big flail of the hands and hold it for the cameras. That's what you've got. I mean, yeah. Not quite executed, but brings Wesley on to strike 17 off 16 balls. So just building up his innings here, Wesley. Wheel past the stumps, full of ball flicked into the leg side to that deep mid-wicket fielder, but they just jog through for a single.
Yeah, flicked from about off stump, and that's the 50-run partnership. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it's the 50 up for Essex, tell a lie. They're 5 runs short of a 50 partnership. Scoreboard done me there. In fact, I did myself, really, if I'm honest.
It's the heat.
I was too
Goes
eager.
to your head.
I was too eager. I saw 50 up there and I went for it.
It's fine. It happens to the best of us. Wheel in again. Essex 50 for 1 now then, and that's down the leg side and flicks straight towards the boundary for 4 runs. Just straying on the pads there again of Lawrence. No one down at fine leg, and an easy 4 runs. And this fielding, if I can send a mind message to James Vince right now. If you can hear me, bring your mid-wicket in the ring and push fine leg back.
Well, it's difficult, isn't it, really, because both these batsmen are sometimes not moving and sometimes they are. Sometimes they're going outside off stump a little bit, sometimes just giving us some room. It's difficult for the bowler, isn't it?
And positive batting as well, as Wheel into the stumps, flicked into the leg side again. And they're happy to do this, Essex. Just keep working away these singles. As Wesley tells Lawrence no to those 2 runs there. And now it's the 50-run partnership. Wesley contributing 13 runs into that partnership. Lawrence 30 runs. So dominating here, and he's come out all guns blaring, Lawrence.
Yeah. The ground announcer hasn't.
Please subscribe guys, please subscribe for the next match. गाइस अगर आप लोग सब्सक्राइब नहीं करेंगे तो आप लोग लाइव मैच से निकल सकते हैं। बहुत बुरी खबर आप लोग के लिए, जल्दी जल्दी सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए, नहीं तो आप लोग लाइव मैच से निकल जाएंगे तो आप लोग पूरा मैच नहीं देख पाएंगे। सब्सक्राइब कर लेंगे तो पूरा मैच देख पाएंगे, इसलिए आप लोग के लिए अच्छा है कि सब्सक्राइब करके रहिए गाइस, क्योंकि अगला मैच अगर ये लाइव स्ट्रीम बंद हुआ तो अगला मैच आपको तुरंत ही देखने मिल सकता है। मतलब अगला मैच नहीं, यही कंटिन्यू हो जाएगा। जल्दी से आप लोग सब्सक्राइब करेंगे तब हमारे चैनल पे जल्दी पहुंच पाएंगे। और ये अच्छी गेंद यॉर्कर और अच्छा शॉट इधर पे, और इस पे निकाला है एक रन।
Essex Eagles 58 for 1. Probably 57 for 1.
Yeah.
As the scoreboard operates quickly here at the Aegeus. Off 6 overs, the end of the power play. Hampshire can now have 5 fielders max outside the ring, which they will capitalise on as a player just walks over to potentially see if the pigeon is okay. It does look okay for our listeners.
Seems to be moving all right, doesn't it? So power play over, 57 for 1. Hampshire were 52 without loss, so not a lot in it between these two sides. Hampshire picked up the run rate in the second half of their power play. Melissa's feeling the heat, I can tell. Just to say about the stadium announcer who missed that 50-run partnership, he is the same stadium announcer that was the stadium announcer at Wembley for the European Cup final.
Just so cool.
Yeah, or the European Championship final last week. I'm not going to mention him by name because he's probably now too big time now. That's why he didn't bother calling it. Here's Dawson going from the pavilion end, and that's worked up to mid-off by Dan Lawrence. 32 he moves on 258 for 1 here, Essex. And I think the feature of this partnership as well here, Melissa, is that these two seem to be not in too much trouble. There's no, there's no sort of panic. Just playing it around, aren't they, quite nicely, which I think is a bit of a worry from a Hampshire point of view. It's Dawson bowls, and that's driven and half stopped at extra cover by James Vince. Palms it away up towards mid-off, and they'll come back for 2. Was it
How
1?
they managed to push 2 from that. Just the ball already hit straight to the extra cover field, and somehow they've got through for 2 runs. And even Wesley now, 21 of 19 balls. He's taking it slowly, but he doesn't look panicked at all.
No, he doesn't. No. Yeah, it surprised me, the 2. That's why I had to double check with you, as that's whipped away from straight up towards wide-ish mid-on, and they're going to take 2 more as well. That's good sort of play in terms of just picking the gap. Don't just sort of hit it on the onside and it goes up towards a fielder. Pick the gap in between 2 fielders and you've always got a chance of a second.
And this is something Hampshire could have done a bit better at the end of their innings with those lower order batters coming in. They were just, I think, a bit too happy sometimes just to take the single.
They were. Dawson bowls, and that's just pushed out square on the offside by Tom Wesley. Good fielding there. Who's that there? Can't quite work that out. It's old Joe Weatherly. Joe Weatherly at backward point there. Joe Weatherly earlier making 10 in the Hampshire innings. Yeah, Hampshire just could have scored another 10 or 12 or maybe 15, we thought. Just sort of slightly ran out of steam as that's worked on the leg side again by Wesley out towards deep mid-wicket. James Fuller again, who's, I wouldn't say he's in off the boundary because he's quite well in from the boundary, but he's got a lot of area to cover there. 63 for 1 ball left of the 7th over. Dawson comes in again, and that's driven up to mid-off there by Dan Lawrence, who moves on to 33 off 18, 24 off 22 for Tom Wesley, and Essex at the end of the 7th, 64 for 1. It's a bit of a problem, this partnership for Hampshire, isn't it?
It is, and that over, not a single boundary was scored, yet their run rate is still up at 9 runs per over, and it didn't seem like there was a single risk the entire time. It was just operating in 2s and 1s, and it's exhibiting such a patience and always picking the right ball to go for and hit the boundary, because right now there's no need to panic at all for Essex.
No, they're going over 9s, and the run rate required is just a bit more than 8.3 to be exact. He's been hovering around that sort of 8.1, 8.2, 8.3 mark, having been sort of late 8s at one stage. So they are well on top of things at the moment here, Essex. Remember, both these sides cannot afford to lose this match if they want to stay in some sort of contention or give themselves some sort of chance of making the top 4. It's an outside chance, but mathematically it's still there.
And as we predicted, Mason Crane early into the attack, bowling to Lawrence, first ball short and strikes Lawrence on the pads. A big appeal from the bowler and wicket-keeper, but they get through for 2 runs.
Keep an eye on the Gloucestershire game because they're also playing this afternoon. If Gloucestershire slip up, then both these sides still got a chance. Gloucestershire 177 for 9 off their 20 overs. That's against Surrey in Cheltenham.
Crane in again after that leg by first ball. This is swung up in the air and out to the boundary. Signalled 6 runs. I was unsure about that one, but easy 6 runs and a confident sweep from Wesley, who's just decided now whether he wants to up the ante a bit against Mason Crane.
Yeah, nicely timed. Very nicely timed as well. Tom Wesley going along nicely here.
And the ball going in now for a sanitation as someone from the crowd, I think, was in contact with it. So a bit of a delay here now. But even that shot, it didn't look risky, and it was only his second ball, or apologies, his first ball facing Mason Crane. And he just took him on the sweep, 6 runs. Glorious shot from Wesley.
And that's the 7th 6 in the game.
Just shows how good of a batting track this is, but Crane getting a bit of grip on the ball here, a bit of turn, so spin going to be continuing to play a big role across the rest of today. Crane in again to Wesley, who steps away this time into the leg side and cuts it into the offside to the deep cover fielder for just a single.
I think it shows how good this pitch is, Melissa, isn't it? Because these are big boundaries. You know, there's not a short side or anything like that, and yet we still had 7 6s at this stage, and the promise of a few more.
Batters are just, they have the confidence to play their shots on here, and it's the sign, as you say, of a good pitch. Crane past the stumps again, flattered delivery, clipped to the long on fielder. Looking for a 2 again here, as de Grandhomme's fielding means that they can only have a single.
You're not allowed to smile too much when he fields, Melissa.
I've just developed such an affection for him now. I just don't know what it is. Crane, final ball of the over. And that's a good delivery from Crane, just clipped into the offside. Slightly uppish on the drive there from Wesley, but just another single.
Just wondering if he was just looking to close the face there a little bit on the onside. And Crane's just getting the ball to grip a fraction, isn't he? Just a fraction.
Apologies, 1 ball remaining in this over. After that leg by 6, single, single, single. And there's another single to finish the over as Mason Crane does his fielding off his own bowling. Easy stuff here for Hampshire. So at the end of the over, Essex Eagles 75 for 1 off 8 overs.
11 runs off it. Melissa back, how many is that, 8? In about 4 overs time? See it through to the end, happy? 5 overs time? 5 overs. She wants a bit of a break. Got another game to do yet. It's all right for Paul Newton to sort of turn up, do the game and disappear again. We're still here till probably 9:45 tonight, hopefully calling a Hampshire victory.
You're wasting your time there, Kevin. You know I'm the most unsympathetic man in the world.
I know. I was just hoping.
But I tell you what, I don't envy you actually, because this is a thoroughly enjoyable game. But
yeah.
Anybody can get tired, and T20 cricket is tiring. 2 in a day, goodness me. Yeah. You'll earn your corn. I hope you're on double money.
Well, I've forgotten what it's like to do 2 in a day. Of course, you have to go right the way back to 2012 when Hampshire won finals day, 2010.
Yes, of course.
Last time, and I've forgotten how it can be after 2 games.
That's right. I mean, it is a wonderful occasion, the T20 finals day, but if you're there for the first game and you're still there for the 3rd game,
it's a long way.
It's a long day.
Did you do 2019?
Yes,
you did.
But
of course you were. Yeah, I heard you and Mel.
That's right. But Essex didn't. For the first time, they lost 4 finals. For the first time, they didn't have to play the game before lunch. So I just showed up, about 12:30.
Lucky you.
Yeah. Well, there's no point in overdoing it. Liam Dawson is in and bowls, and this ball is just casually played down to long on by Dan Lawrence, who's been in terrific form, it has to be said. He's moved on to 36. Wesley's also played well for 32, and without a doubt, whatever else happens, Hampshire have to get wickets here now, as here is Dawson in, bowls, and that's elegantly played by Wesley out towards the extra cover boundary. He bisects a couple of fielders, and they're able to come back for 2. Nice little bit of teamwork in the outfield there by cover and long off fieldsman, and that takes Wesley on to 34 and Essex to 78 for 1.
They're playing well, these two, aren't they?
They are. Dawson around the wicket, slow left arm, bowls, and this ball is swept away by Wesley. Just be a single this time. Colin de Grandhomme fielding there at backward square leg. Score to 79 for 1 in the 9th over. Just looking at what Hampshire were at a similar time, they were 76 for 2 at the end of 9. Slight advantage to Essex at the moment. Dawson is in. Bowls to Dan Lawrence. Lawrence has hit this down to long off and saunters the single. 80 for 1. Certainly some of the running between these two was quite outstanding to get second runs.
Yeah.
Dawson to complete the 9th over. It's been a deal. In fact, it's 2 balls left. My apologies. He's gone for 5 so far. And here Wesley plays a very nice shot to wide long off. Not quite a second run there. Good bit of fielding in the distance. And the score to 81 for 1.
I mean, for me, they're just not really taking any chances, and yet they're keeping up with the required rate.
Yeah.
Still hovering just over 8s and has done for a few overs.
Yes, absolutely right. Here's Dawson again to Lawrence. Lawrence pushes this out and a dot ball. And very decent over from Liam Dawson, let it be said. 6 runs from it. All right, it didn't look like getting a wicket, but even so, he kept the lid on things. 81 for 1 in 9 at exactly 9 and over. 36 to Wesley, 37 to Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean, just the one sort of ball really to get excited about from Liam Dawson when I think it was Lawrence who swept from fairly straight, but still got a bat on it. But that's really about the only time that the bowlers have thought, oh, maybe there's something there, because I think these two have just played this so well. Not looking as though they're troubled, scoring at 9 and over, needing a fraction under that to win, and this is a partnership that Hampshire have to break.
Well, Mason Crane effectively won Hampshire the game at Chelmsford earlier in the season. Here he comes.
Yeah, bowls runs away from us, and there's a slog sweep. It's an edge, it's safe, it's just gone down towards third man. Brad Wheels after it will slide into that and pick that up, but Tom Wesley, quite deliberate shot actually over mid-wicket, and they'll come 3. There's an example of some superb running. Should never really been 3.
No, I'm afraid that was a misfield there. Should only have been 2, but Lawrence is a cheeky chappy and saw the opportunity. As soon as he saw the misfield, he was off. He knew that Wesley would be slower away, but he'd be making it to the safe end.
That's right. Our nearest end, but the furthest end for Brad Wheel to throw as Crane bowls outside the off stump, and that's a bottom hand drive up towards deep mid-off where Vince, no, it's not Vince, Scott Curry comes in off the mid-off boundary. That's a single. Wesley moves, Lawrence moves on to 38, Wesley on 39. Essex will be happy with their progress here at 85 for 1, needing 87. Or another 87. Down the wicket, he stumped. Oh, Mason Crane gets one to turn a bit, and he was committed there. Wesley came down the pitch, was nowhere near the pitch of the ball, went through the shot anyway. He goes for 39, and it's Mason Crane with an important breakthrough.
Indeed, and how often do we see somebody batting without the slightest hint of trouble suddenly premeditate? And you know, the premeditation shots repeatedly get batsmen out. You know, the reverse sweep would be another example. Not saying you should never play it, but I wouldn't want to take on a reverse sweep if the ball was on the stumps, because you miss it and that's it. You've had it either LBW or bowled. And Wesley, who hadn't been sort of coming down the pitch like that, just took leave of his senses really, and in consequence takes leave at the crease.
Yeah. So an 85-run partnership in 9 overs ended there by Mason Crane. Who else? Bit of magic from the leg spinner, and he's Hampshire's leading wicket taker in this tournament now. He's got 13, 1 ahead. And he's Scott Curry.
He won Hampshire the game at Chelmsford, yeah. And my line on Mason Crane is: take what risks you like against anyone else, but just watch the ball onto the bat and settle for 6 and over off him until he's bowled his 4 overs, because he's such a record, not just at Chelmsford earlier this season. I always think he's the danger man. These leg spinners, you know, they can more than pull their weight.
Yeah, they certainly can. 2 for 42 his figures, but he got hit, didn't he, early on in his spell, and came back brilliantly. That's right. Now it's the left-handed Jimmy Neesham, the very dangerous left-hander, who gets away straight away as he just knocks that one away behind square on the leg side. He can hit a mean ball, can't he, Jimmy?
He certainly can. He hasn't actually had a great campaign, in spite of scoring a 50 to win Essex their first game down at Taunton. But he hasn't repeated the dose since then, so he would love still to be there at the finish today.
There's Crane bowls on the line of leg stump, and that's whipped away by Dan Lawrence behind square on the leg side for a single. He moves on to 39 now, 87 for 2. Yeah, Jimmy Neesham's averaging under 19, but still a good strike rate of 143. He hit one big shot against Hampshire at Chelmsford.
Yes, that's right.
One very big one. Crane's bowling to him then, and it's on the line of leg stump. He just works that to mid-wicket. And James Vince comes in. Mason Crane gets a round of applause for picking up that wicket, an important wicket for Hampshire, just to try and steady that Essex reply somewhat. 87 for 2, 6 runs off it. Halfway through then, Hampshire, after 10 overs, would you believe it, they had 86. Not a lot in the game at the moment. They were 86 for 2.
And there was a point after 7 overs when Hampshire was 64 for no wicket and Essex was 64 for 1. So it really has been nothing to choose between the two sides. Some of the top order batsmen for both teams have played thoroughly well. But certainly for Hampshire, having got into a great position to have got at least 15 to 20 more, they'd be disappointed that the wickets went down so rapidly near the end. And obviously Essex ought to feel that if they don't chuck wickets away in the meantime, if they can keep a few wickets in hand, they should have every chance, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah, Hampshire never got away at the end, did they?
No. So we're going to see Darcy Short into the attack, slow left arm from the pavilion end. They've taken one as the ball is clubbed into the covers. Throw comes in. They have to hurry a little bit there, but they get home safely. 2 more to Dan Lawrence, moves up to 39, 89 for 2.
Yeah, good running again. That's been a feature of the Essex reply here. Darcy Short's been a bit mixed in this competition with his left arm wrist spin. Lawrence in fact on 41 now as he faces Short and clips this into the onside, and this time they just saunter a single because short of a misfield which was very unlikely from a deliberately slowly struck shot, there was never going to be a second. So Lawrence on to 42 very attractive runs, and Essex needing 172 to win, and 90 for 2 in the 11th. Melissa was saying about some spin options for Hampshire, Darcy Short being the third of the Hampshire slow bowlers.
Yes, I think it's good tactic as he comes in, bowls, and Neesham plays it back to the bowler, and he remains on 1, 90 for 2. Short, just a 4 or 5 step run up, is in. Bowls to Neesham. Neesham guides this one down to Short, third man, single, 91 for 2. Neesham up to 2.
Just waiting to see if Darcy Short gets anything out of this pitch. Of course, being left arm wrist spin, bowling effectively the same as Mason Crane, but just out of the left hand. So spin at both ends at the moment as Short is into Bolton Lawrence. Lawrence has hammered this one into the offside. Doesn't really actually hit it as well as I originally thought. They get a single. He moves up to 43, and the score goes to 92 for 2. Well, that run rate required is starting to creep up. It's not crept up a lot, but it's getting up towards 9s, which is a start for Hampshire.
Yeah, the boundaries for the moment have dried up. Of course, we're out of the power play, and that has bowled. Neesham and Essex lose a third wicket at 92 for 3. Didn't really move the feet there. Wafted the bat at the ball and missed, and bowled by Darcy Short. Great end to the over, and now Hampshire very much, if they were ever out of the game, are right back in it. You wouldn't really like to say who's going to win from here. Neesham, certainly a big blow for Essex, departs for 2, continuing what has been a rather disappointing season for him.
Yeah, it's a big blow. Big blow. Hampshire will be happy that he's walking back to the pavilion, because he can change a game in a matter of an over or 2. Quite a full delivery there from Darcy Short. Quite know what Jimmy Neesham was doing there. Probably just playing over the top, maybe just angling the bat, trying to find an angle as well, which doesn't have the help, of course. In 4-day cricket, you'd be playing those with a pretty straight bat and looking in no trouble at all. But this is different gravy, different cricket, and players are always looking for angles, and as such, you get yourself in trouble from time to time.
So Michael Pepper joins Dan Lawrence. Very good young player, Michael Pepper. Just needs to try and build on the wonderful cricket shots he plays by not getting out just when he's well set. And then after Pepper, Tenduskarter, Walter, Harmer, Nijjar, Snater and Cook complete the Essex lineup.
Well, he's already got a half century to his name in this year's competition.
Yeah, he's good.
Pepper.
Good player, good young player who we didn't really hear from for a period of 2 years, but he suddenly reappeared at Chester Street in the county championship and made an outstanding 92 up there.
Well, he's watching on as Crane bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence pulls that away on the onside, and that's Darcy Short who's coming round from deep mid-wicket. does well there. There's quite a lot of ground to make up. Field's just inside the rope, and Lawrence moves on to 43. That's off just 29 deliveries. Big innings here for Dan Lawrence as 1 or 2 wickets fall around him as Crane bowls. He drives with a bottom hand. It goes out to extra cover. No run.
Yeah, a lot of bottom hand in
there is, isn't it?
Dan Lawrence's play.
Yeah, 94 for 3 then. The run rate has touched 9 from here on in for the first time. As that's worked away on the onside. Again, a bit of bottom hand. So de Grandhomme's right, so there should be 2. De Grandhomme running in from mid-on. Again, he's picked his spot well there, Dan Lawrence. Moves on to 45, 96 for 3.
Yes, what I've liked about his innings today, he often gets caught long on, long off, and he's kept the ball down and picked the spaces well.
Crane again, pitched up. That just straightens, and Lawrence has to play that with respect as it's pushed out on the offside. Maybe Lawrence wasn't quite sure whether it was a googly or a leg spinner, and Mason Crane got that exactly right.
Yeah, he's a fine bowler.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. He's bowling well. He's bowling seriously well at the moment. Brilliantly down in Cheltenham. Comes in and bowls. It's outside the off stump, and that's slapped away through the covers. But James Fuller is doing the fielding, and oh my word, Lawrence is going for a second. But there was absolutely no chance that Pepper was going for a 2. Nearly ran the main man out there.
Yes, and he is the main man. You're quite right. Dan Lawrence may well hold the key to who wins this game.
Yeah, you don't want to be running him out, that's for sure. But Lawrence was intent on 2. Pepper hadn't really looked. Here's Crane with Pepper facing his first delivery, and just trying to work that on the onside, and just misses that. Gets wrapped on the pad. Good over there from Mason Crane. 97 for 3. 12 overs gone. Just 5 runs off there. That's a great over at this stage. With Lawrence on 48, I think that is, and Michael Pepper with just the 1 ball faced. And that run rate now very quickly required is getting up towards 9.5.
Yep, no, it's the influence of the spinners that have really changed this game around. And I think Crane has the good news for Essex. He's only got 1 more over to come. And Essex, even though they are falling behind the run rate, might be well advised to see that over out in 1s and 2s rather than going for anything more ambitious, as Darcy Short will continue from the pavilion end. And first ball beats Lawrence, and
he wants a wide, Lawrence.
Yes, he's looking flabbergasted for the second time, because there was an occasion for one of the quicker bowlers where he felt that there should have been a wide. I think it was Brad Wheel.
I think he's still checking.
He's chuntering away to himself. He's sort of saying, whoa, don't get that, mate. Here's the next ball, and Lawrence has dabbed this into the offside for a single, but the spin at the moment is holding sway here. 98 for 3 target, 172. We're in the 12th.
Yeah, and they're pushing that required run rate all the time now. It's over 9.5. It's very quickly moving up, isn't it?
Very much so. And although probably, if we're honest, neither of these two sides will make the knockout stages, but they've both got a squeak. Yeah. So there's plenty on here. As next delivery, where Michael Pepper was all at sea there. It's just waiting to see if there was bat in that or off the pad. No, it's a leg by. Scored to 99 for 3. But Pepper, I get the impression he'd be happier if he were initially facing quicker bowling.
Yeah. Well, it's a big pressure situation for the 23-year-old, isn't it?
It is. And here is Short again in and bowls, and Lawrence hits the ball down to long off, coming in off the fence single. Applause for the Essex 100. 100, and also for Dan Lawrence's 50. So he's got half the runs that Essex have scored, over half if you dismiss extras from proceedings, and played thoroughly well. Short is in bowls to Pepper. Pepper goes on the sweep, and that ball is going away towards the boundary, and it's very well knocked back by de Grandhomme. They've taken 2, and Lawrence is already halfway through his 3rd before Pepper can turn for his 2nd. And it's not that Pepper's that slow, but Lawrence is lightning between the wickets. You wouldn't have minded him running in the 100 metres final on a sports day. 103 for 3.
Good cricket, that. Good fielding, and good running.
As Short is in to complete this over. Been a good one. And that's hit down the ground by Lawrence to long off. And just the 1 run. well fielded in the distance, 104 for 3 after 12 overs, with Pepper on 3 and Lawrence on 51.
Looks like Dan Lawrence is holding the key here for Essex. He seems unfazed by the situation here and almost energised with the task ahead. 68 to win. Paul Newton will continue, and then it'll be a Melissa story.
Thank you very much, Kevin James, going out here for online commentary for both BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent and DAB Digital in the case of BBC Essex. And, well, as I wrongly said 12 overs, 13 overs have gone, so Essex have been scoring at exactly 8 and over, but they now need a further 68 off 7 at not far short of 10 and over. Melissa, to take up the commentary.
So we have, who's this continuing? Dawson.
Dawson into attack, yeah.
Dot ball. Is that first ball?
Yes.
What on earth's happened here? First ball, Lawrence charges down the wicket, runs into, and somehow all 3 people at some points are on the ground. So very confusing starts for me to begin with.
It is, but no run, no wicket.
Dawson in again to Lawrence, who has a lot of work to do for Essex. Walks across his stumps and clips it down to 45 in the ring for a single. Obviously, as you guys were saying, he's such a young person with so much pressure, but with his experience around the England camp, he would be looking at the situation going, if I'm here by the end, we're going to win this.
That's right, and although, as you say, he's still very young, but he's been around because he started at the age of 17 in the first team.
Dawson past the stumps, and there's a reverse paddle attempted straight into the hands of the wicketkeeper. And a big round of applause here as McManus takes the catch behind the stumps. Another wicket falls, and that is Pepper gone for 3 runs. Essex now 105.
Well, he's a good young player, Michael Pepper, but he never looked at all confident out there. He was beaten more often than he played the ball, and so probably needed, it's difficult because I was going to say probably needed to take a longer look at it, but then again time is beginning to run short. If there has been a decisive moment out there in the Essex innings, it was Wesley who played so well but suddenly gave the bowler the charge and was stumped by several minutes, figuratively speaking. I mean, he was gone for all money from Mason Crane, and Crane isn't the sort of bowler to take liberties against if he can help it. So that is now 105 for 4, and we're in the 14th over.
And it was just, as you say, it was an unusual shot as well, because actually Mason Crane had 2 fielders in the ring there on the offside, so any kind of reverse paddle, unless he got it so fine past the wicketkeeper, was never even going to be a single. But McManus, he's now the highest wicketkeeper dismissals in this tournament. He's taken 14 now, I'm pretty sure. So such a valuable but underrated person in the Hampshire camp. Dawson in again to the new bat. Tenduscarter down the wicket and drives it to long on for the first ball. Gets off strike straight away. But another good person to have come to the crease. I know it's a tough situation, but I don't think you'll find someone more experienced than Tenduscarter.
41 he is, a very young 41.
Dawson, 2 balls remaining in this over into Lawrence, who just flicks this into the leg side quite strongly. So they'll just get a single, fielded by de Grandhomme at long on. Just a single.
And just as well they didn't go through with the notion of taking a second there. There have been some brilliant seconds taken when Lawrence and Wesley were together, but that would have been a run out, an excellent 1 bounce throw right over the bails at the bowler's end.
Dawson then. Essex Eagles 107 for 4. Tenduscarter on strike for the final ball of this over. Full delivery and just worked into the vacant square leg gap. Fielded by the fielder Mason Crane in the ring. So that finishes the over. Only 4 runs and 1 wicket from that over. Essex Eagles 108 for 4. And that required run rate now on 10.7, but current run rate 7.7.
Yes, the score after 8 overs was 75 for 1. So in 6 subsequent overs, Essex have added only 33 and lost 3 wickets. And it does rather show you that Hampshire's spinners have taken over.
Just as I was sat on the side, I was thinking the role, and this is one of the main parallels I always make between men's and women's cricket. You see this happen a lot in the T20s as well, and as soon as the spinners come in women's cricket with a lot less power behind the ball as well, the run rate just drops so much.
Yeah.
We're seeing this, the same with the use of spin in the men's game growing and growing, especially in this competition.
Mason Crane So often a match winner for Hampshire in games between the two sides, Hampshire and Essex, switches ends. He's coming in from the pavilion end now to begin the new over. Bowls to Tenduscarter, who's heaved him into the onside and over the boundary. It's just a case of whether it went on the full, and it did. And Tenduscarter, that is the first boundary for several overs, that. He moves up to 114 for 4. And Tenduscarter, even at the age of 41, can still be a match winner. You know, if he could still be there till, shall we say, the 19th over and plays many more shots like that, Essex would get back into a game that's been rapidly slipping away from them.
And he's a versatile player as well. We'll see him play shots like that where no risk shot, just pure timing, but also he's quick between the wickets. He can work with Lawrence here and just manoeuvre the ball into gaps.
Yes, of course, he used to be as fast as anyone I've ever seen running between the wickets, and even though he's not quite as quick now, he's still probably as quick as anyone in the Essex side. I very much hope that he goes on for at least another season after this one. He faces Crane and runs this down to short third man. Lawrence very soon on the case as a misfield, but they won't be able to take a second. Brad Wheel eventually picks the ball up, and the score to 115 for 4 in the 15th over. Target 172.
And I think the spinners here, something I've noticed, they're just getting a bit more turn, a bit more bounce. And, you know, Hampshire fans looking towards the second game. It's a big thing.
Cranes in, down the wicket comes Lawrence. He's hit this a long way in the air, and that will be 6. And that's a terrific pick-up from Lawrence. Sometimes he gets a little bit too much under the lofted drive, but on this occasion it was beautifully struck, timing perfect, and he moves up to 59 and Essex to 121 for 4 in the 15th.
What a knock this has been so far from Dan Lawrence, and that over, perhaps they've made the decision to go after Crane as he continues, as the run rate now back up to 8 and required run rate on 9.
Yes, now you could say Essex should say that's enough for the moment. You know, let's just play this sensibly now. And he does actually. He won't get a run. He's played the ball back close enough to Mason Crane, who whizzes around like a demented spider to prevent the run there, and the score remains at 121 for 4.
What a description. It's wonderful.
And Crane's in again, bowls, and Lawrence has heaved this one into the onside. It goes straight down to long on. They get a single, 122 for 4, and Lawrence to 60. And I applaud him there for not going to the well once too often too soon, because it's very easy when you've hit a 6 to think, let's see if I can hit another straight away, and that's when you can be at your most vulnerable. This over has seen Essex get back on the bike, and so here Tenduscarter, he's getting the hole out. He's caught at mid-wicket. And, oh dear, he, I'm afraid, didn't heed my advice and has dropped it straight down mid-wicket's throat. And Crane, last ball, 14 off the over already. Was it really necessary to do that? And, well, that's a big blow. 122 for 5.
I was going to say, when I've been in these situations before, I know we played some T20s at the weekend, and me and my partner at the crease will go, look, we got 8 off this over. There's 1 ball to go. If it's a dot ball, it's a dot ball. If it's a single, it's a single ball. You'd think someone at Tenduscarter's prowess would know they'd get 14 off the over and on the run rate. It's just a single. But, as you say, Tenduscarter falls for 9 runs. Bold Crane caught Fuller.
Yes, it was the simplest of catches for James Fuller, and I was just saying I applauded Dan Lawrence for keeping his head and working out that Essex had got enough for 1 over, and normally I'd have big money on Ryan Tenduscarter to work that out as well, but hardly had the words left my mouth and I could see the ball arrowing. James Fuller didn't really have to so much as take a stride towards the ball to complete the catch.
Commentators' curses in full swing today.
Yeah.
We've had some shockers, but we will see Scott Curry return from the hotel end here at the Ageas Bowl. Bowling to Lawrence, and Walter, the new batsman at the crease, to join Lawrence. There's a big supporting role to play here, you'd think.
Yep.
As Curry coming in over the wicket, just onto the legs of Lawrence. That's Walter, apologies, just for a single.
Now, Paul Walter, at 6'7", is a big man and very powerful. He tends to play in a rather conservative manner for Essex, and he probably will again a little bit here, because he's got the man that Essex's victory chances really depends on in Dan Lawrence at the other end, and he'll try to get him on strike.
Curry past the umpire. Fuller ball, and that almost evades. That takes the gloves of Dan Lawrence. straight through to the keeper, and that's a wicket, the key wicket for Hampshire. Dan Lawrence has gone 60 runs off 44 balls. It just gloves it through to the keeper, and the key wicket falls for Essex.
Yeah, he played ever so well, Dan Lawrence, but he is no more. Fine catch by McManus, diving in front of where slip would have been. But he'll be disappointed in his manner of dismissal, because he really just fished at the ball outside off stump. And he'd shown in the previous over what he's capable of when he really gets hold of something. And Essex now, you'd have to say, having lost both members of that fifth wicket partnership, I should say, Tenduscarter and Lawrence, in the space of 3 balls. 2 new batsmen at the crease. One has got one, the other hasn't faced the ball yet, Simon Harmer being the latter. And you'd have to say that these two have got to play very, very well to give Essex any chance.
Absolutely, there's a lot for them to do now, and I agree with you entirely. It was almost quite a tame dismissal. Curry's bowling, just seeing that slight away movement we saw before, and such a just clipping the glove of Lawrence. And he'll be disappointed, but I mean, he's got Essex to this stage so far. So can the captain Harmer, who's come to the crease, get some runs here? Curry continuing, 3rd ball of the over to the new batter. That is clipped into the leg side to the deep square leg fielder, just for the single though. And just from that first ball we see there, obviously struck quite powerfully from Harmer, but they need to be thinking about getting it into these gaps, potentially not timing it as well as they could, and go back to running those 2s we saw Lawrence and Weston run so well at the beginning of the game, because that's what's going to make the difference.
27 balls remain, 48 needed for Essex to win. It's a very tall order.
Curry into Walter. Full ball, and he swipes that away on the offside to the deep cover fielder, who gets a big round of applause for that bit of work. And that's just a single. Only 3 runs off this over so far, and the key wicket of Dan Lawrence.
Yes, been a shrewd move from James Vince to bring back Curry.
Curry deep cover, everyone else on the leg side out, and down the wicket comes Harmer, who flicks it and mistimes into the leg side, and they look to run for a 2, but no 2s there. Good fielding from the Hampshire, from Joe Weatherly. Sorry, apologies, Liam Dawson there. Just stopping that 2.
And with just Aaron Nijjar, Shane Snater and Sam Cook to come, what these two can't really afford to do is take enterprising second runs that could end in a run out, because there's so few wickets left.
Curry, final ball of the over. Bowling to Walter, who clips that into the vacant square leg. There is a deep fielder, comes around and sweeps it up again just for a single. No 2s there from the Hampshire fielders. Essex Eagles 127 for 6 off 16 overs. The equation, as you say, 45 runs needed, 24 balls remaining.
Yep, odds on Hampshire here, and of course both these sides have rather collapsed from a very good position. It perhaps indicates that if you get in early,
दोस्तों मैं आप लोगों को बता दूं, दोस्तों जो हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करेगा वो ही कमेंट कर सकता है, और प्लीज सब्सक्राइब नहीं करा है तो दोस्तों सब्सक्राइब करके अपना नाम जरूर लिखना.
The match has been all about the first 2 or 3 in the order, because for Essex it's been Tom Wesley with 39 and Dan Lawrence with 60, and nobody else has even got into double figures.
It shows why so many batters nowadays want to be those opening batters in the power play, and how this country is producing so many talented opening batters, because that is the key opportunity for you to score some runs and really build up your average. But for people batting more in the middle overs and lower down the order, it's a tough ask, and right now for these 2 batters it's going to be a tall order for them to get these runs.
Chris Wood back into the attack at the pavilion end bowls, and here is Walter, very wristy shot, goes out to deep mid wicket, and once again it was one of those where there was 1 3/4 runs, but only if there'd been a misfield was there a second, and they don't go for it.
बहुत सारे लोगों ने अभी तक सब्सक्राइब नहीं करा है. 150 लोगों के सामने दोस्तों आप लोग का नाम लिया जाएगा. अगर आप लोग सब्सक्राइब करेंगे तभी, तो सब्सक्राइब करेगा दोस्तों सिर्फ वही कमेंट कर सकता है, उससे मुझे पता चल जाएगा और मैं उसके हिसाब से आप लोगों का नाम लिया जाएगा. तो दोस्तों आप लोग का नाम लिया जाए 150 लोगों के सामने, तो सब्सक्राइब करके अपना नाम जरूर लिखना.
Faces Wood, and Harmer plays this elegantly out to man at deep cover, single. 129 for 6, 43 needed, but now time running out with only 3 full overs left after this one.
It's a big ask, isn't it?
It is.
6, and it's disappointing the way they were sailing along in the power play. They'd really have had their hopes on this, but Hampshire did a really good job, just as Essex did, of pulling it back in those middle overs.
Switching to round the wicket for the left-hander, Wood bowls. They go for a quick single, and the throw has hit, and Walter is run out. And it's 129 for 7. That was a fine piece of fielding there. It had to be a direct hit, and Walter had given it up once he saw that the ball was going into the stump.
जैसे कि आप लोगों ने सब्सक्राइब करा और आप लोगों को किसी का नाम आया है, ऐसे ही सब लोगों का नाम आएगा। अगर 200 लोगों के सामने दोस्तों आप लोग का नाम लिया जाए तो सब्सक्राइब करके कमेंट करना जरूरी है।
As soon as teams are able to push over that, and as Hampshire's saying, setting a target of 172 for Essex, it lurks in the back of your mind. You know that you're the run rates and you've got to go from the start. And you see a lot of teams when they're chasing high totals, they do slump to these kind of scores because you have to take more risks. They have to attack more balls, and it will either go your way, or in this case, in Essex's case, it will not. So 129 for 7.
James Vince, the skipper, with the direct hit with the throw there. Very well done to him. And
दोस्तों जैसे कि आप लोग अभी देख पा रहे होंगे 200 लोगों के सामने आप लोगों का नाम लिया जाएगा अगर आप लोग कमेंट करेंगे तो सब्सक्राइब करके।
Wood is in. Bowls, and this ball has been played away not particularly convincingly by Simon Harmer. They take the single. Score goes to 130 for 7. It's actually gone square on the offside, but certainly not where he was aiming it. And he moves up to 4. So 42 are needed off 20 deliveries.
And I've seen Harmer bat before. I know he's a good batter. But in this circumstance, will he have the batting prowess to be able to do this? Unlikely.
Well, yes, because of course he hasn't had a chance to sort of play himself in. He's having to go for big shots from the word go. Wood bowls around the wicket to another left-hander. Aaron Nijjar has replaced Paul Walter. Nijjar plays the ball well enough out to mid-wicket. That's a perfectly decent shot for a first ball. He moves up to 1 and scored to 131 for 7. 41 are needed from 19.
I was going to mention, I've not really seen Nijjar bowl too much before, and not really, shone out to me. But out of the Essex bowlers, I really did think he was the pick and set the standard, I think, for the bowlers for the rest of the day, the spin bowlers especially, on how to bowl on this wicket.
He has bowled very well, you're quite right. Here is Harmer flicking a ball away into the onside, but it goes straight out to the man at deep mid-wicket, and will be no more than a single. An excellent over, 1-1-W.
जैसे कि दोस्तों 150 लोग जुड़े हैं हमारे साथ, ऐसे मैं स्वागत करता हूं सभी लोगों का अपने चैनल पे। दोस्तों प्लीज सब्सक्राइब करके कमेंट एक तो जरूर लिखना, और सब्सक्राइबर मोड है इसलिए आप लोग सिर्फ सब्सक्राइब करेंगे तभी कमेंट कर पाएंगे। इससे मैं समझ जाऊंगा कौन सब्सक्राइब किया है कि नहीं। और दोस्तों मैं उसका नाम जरूर लूंगा जो सब्सक्राइब करेगा और कमेंट लिखेगा। और जल्दी सब कमेंट करना, सब्सक्राइब करिए जल्दी। नेक्स्ट मैच है स्ट्रीम में देखने वाले हैं आप लोग।
I think Hampshire should put me on to bowl, and that's one way to make sure Essex wins.
Yes, I mean, you've taken a phenomenal number of wickets today.
I have. So we have Curry continuing from the hotel end, and a big shot here, soaring towards the boundary, and 6 runs into the crowd. Some spectators having to duck out of the way there. So 6 to begin the over, and Harmer, that's a very good strike from him. Well timed, powerfully hit down the ground, and bringing the attack to Curry on his first ball.
He's a very well built and therefore strong man. He wouldn't be out of place in the rugby scrum, or indeed in the 3/4 line. He's just an excellent sportsman all round, and he hasn't had a great time with the bat this year, but that was beautifully picked up.
Curry in again then for his second ball, balling to Harmer, and a full delivery straight back to Curry. Bump ball though.
Crowd catch.
Crowd catch.
Well spotted yourself, because I thought for a moment, has that gone on the full? But it's a good bit of fielding to his own bowling, I must say.
You always bring out the best fielding to your bowling. So the classic bowlers.
Yes.
It's a bit casual to everyone else, but as soon as they're the ones running up. So Curry in again, third ball, another full delivery, and just clipped over his head this time. Can't quite get his hands to it. De Granton coming in, and no 2 available there. Hampshire's fielding has really been top class here in the second half of this game. As soon as that power play ended, both teams has just really put on a squeeze and identified very quickly, Hampshire, that they've got to cut off these 2s for Essex.
Yes.
They're just easy runs, restrict it to a single, and Essex are put in a tricky situation.
We've seen some terrific fielding from both sides. It's been a lovely day to watch cricket. and a good game, however much it's disappointing that it doesn't look like being a very close finish.
Curry bowling to Najjar here, and that's a dot ball straight past the batter to the keeper. Round of applause there from the crowd. And McManus, good variation from Curry, who it just shows yet again in this game when Hampshire are putting faith in him, a young player, he's really out there and he's performing well.
No, that's right, because he was hit for 6 off the first ball. Easy in that situation to lose your head, but only a single has come from the next 3 deliveries.
Curry past the umpire. That's straying down the leg side. A diving McManus can't stop it, but the fielder at 45 runs round. So just another single for Essex, moving on to 140 for 7 now. One ball remaining in this over. Leg by there, so Essex just not really able to follow up that great blow from Harmer to the first ball. So 13 deliveries remain, 32 are needed for Essex to win.
Guys, please do fast subscribe, प्लीज, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट मैच आप लोग देख सकते हैं हमारे चैनल पे ही, और कोई पैसे देने की जरूरत नहीं है दोस्तों, प्लीज सब्सक्राइब करना है बस आप लोगों को। यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छी गेंदबाजी करे हैं।
To only go for a few more runs that over, so Essex remain on 140 for 7. The equation is now 32 runs required, 2 overs remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to say that
दोस्तों यहाँ पे YouTube की तरफ से इम्पोर्टेंट नोटिस आया है कि जो आप लोग का चैनल सब्सक्राइब नहीं करेगा वो अपने आप ही निकल जाएगा। ये सिर्फ 1 घंटे के लिए या आधे घंटे के लिए जो जुड़े हैं प्लीज सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट मैच आप लोग देख सकते हैं। और YouTube की तरफ से भी मेरे को आया है मैसेज। दोस्तों प्लीज सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए, आप लोग हमारे साथ नेक्स्ट मैच भी देख सकते हैं, नहीं तो लाइव से निकल जाएंगे, उससे बहुत ही बुरा होगा।
Down the ground, hasn't really got his timing yet. The left-hander, they get just a single, 141 for 7, target 172, and now we have just 11 deliveries to go.
Just to keep an eye on that other game in the T20 BLAST happening, Gloucestershire Surrey. Surrey require 81 runs from 9 overs now, but they have only lost 1 wicket. That is the wicket of Will Jack. So Smith and Evans at the crease. It's an exciting game at Cheltenham.
Well, technically, Surrey you'd expect ought to win from that position, which would suit either Hampshire or Essex, and it's going to be Hampshire who still have some chance after this game's finished, unless something very extraordinary happens, which it doesn't from the next ball. Now only 10 deliveries remain, just a single from that, as Harmer frustratedly plays the ball to backward point, but it wasn't really what he was hoping for, and he has 10 has scored to 142 for 7. 13, sorry, to Harmer.
I think most of the bowlers have recognised now within the Hampshire setup, just take pace off it. Even as a seamer, bowl your variations, bowl your slow balls, and it's hard to get away.
Indeed, as here is Wood, bowls, and this time Najjar has got hold of it. It's not quite where he was intending it, but the ball has disappeared over the boundary for 6. I think he was looking to hit that more over long on, but it's gone over long off. And credit to him, because anything short of a 6 off that ball, and you'd have thought, well, there's really no chance at all. As it is, score's gone to 140.
दोस्तों यहाँ पे मैं देख पा रहा हूँ जो सब्सक्राइब नहीं करा है वो अपने आप निकल रहा है, और आप लोग भी देख पा रहे होंगे। अगर चाहते हैं आप लोग कि आप लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े रहे तो जल्दी सब्सक्राइब का बटन दबा लीजिए, क्योंकि आप लोग हमारे साथ डेली जुड़ सकते हैं लाइव मैच में। जल्दी सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए दोस्तों, बहुत ही कम समय बचा है। जो नहीं करेगा दोस्तों ऑटोमेटिकली निकल जाएगा।
It is 148 for 8, a gallant effort by Najjar, but Hampshire have turned the screw so effectively in the last 7 or 8 overs that gallant is just about the only thing you can be as an Essex batsman now. The game has gone. He's caught, in fact, caught behind, caught McManus bowled Wood for 8 and 148 for 8.
What are you doing now if you're coming into bat? Playing for the average or going to have a go?
Well, my average would be so low there wouldn't be any point.
I remember my role in many T20 competitions we played at university was just to leave a straight one and get the retired batters straight in. So if only we had retirements in this game, can make it very exciting. So the new batter at the crease, Snater in, a big task for him. 24 runs needed, only 8 balls remaining. So a few boundaries needed for Essex now, but as we know from that 2019 final, they do love to take it down to the last ball.
So Harmer and Najjar did at least.
गाइस यहाँ पे मैं देख रहा हूँ कितने सारे लोग निकल चुके हैं स्ट्रीम से। जल्दी आप लोग को हमारे साथ जुड़े रहना है तो दोस्तों प्लीज अभी के अभी सब्सक्राइब का बटन दबा लीजिए। नेक्स्ट मैच भी दोस्तों आप लोग देख सकते हैं हमारे साथ, कोई भी पैसे देने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सब्सक्राइब बटन दबाना है जो कि आपके नीचे ही दिख रहा होगा लाल कलर का बटन दोस्तों लाइव स्ट्रीम के। जल्दी से जाके उसको प्रेस करके बाजू में बेल आइकन दबा लीजिए सभी लोगों से मैं चाहता हूँ।
And Essex haven't had too many of those recently, and so 152 for 8 leaves another 20 needed off 7 balls.
And I think Snater here will be happy just to either potentially get a 2 or another boundary, but they'd like Harmer on strike for this final over.
Wood to Snater. Snater has clocked this one down the ground. He can hit the ball fairly well. He gets a single, but 19 are needed off just 6 deliveries, the final over, as Essex are 153 for 8, needing 172 to win. Snater 5 and Harmer 13.
So going into this final over now, 19 runs, as you mentioned, the equation. Looking who Hampshire are entrusting to bowl this final over. Would you be going with spin after what happened in Crane's last over, or are you backing one of your seamers to come in?
Well, I think the sort of batsman 8 and 10 at the crease. I wouldn't be afraid to go with spin, but teams rarely do. They tend to take the view, the various captains, that you want someone with a bit more pace. And as you've been saying, the Hampshire quicker bowlers have used the slower ball to good effect here. There's always just the fear with spin that somebody, 3 good blows and 19 becomes suddenly doable.
दोस्तों लास्ट ओवर है, मैं चाहता हूँ जितने भी लोग अभी तक सब्सक्राइब नहीं करा तो दोस्तों प्लीज सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए। नेक्स्ट मैच दोस्तों आप लोग हमारे साथ देख सकते हैं, कोई भी पैसे देने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सब्सक्राइब का बटन दबा लीजिए प्लीज, क्योंकि लास्ट ओवर है और नेक्स्ट मैच भी आप लोग हमारे साथ देख सकते हैं। मैं सभी लोगों से प्रार्थना करता हूँ, विनती करता हूँ दोस्तों सब्सक्राइब का बटन दबा लीजिए।
A late fight from Essex, but Hampshire have bowled and fielded very well. Mason Crane for me is always a player on behalf of Essex that I would fear, because it's not just the wickets he actually takes.
दोस्तों यहाँ पे एक और अच्छा विकेट मिल चुका है, जैसे कि प्लीज सब्सक्राइब करिए जितने भी लोग जुड़े हैं दोस्तों। मैं आप लोग से विनती करता हूँ दोस्तों प्लीज सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट मैच में आप लोगों को दिखाना चाहता हूँ। प्लीज आप लोग भी देखना चाहते होंगे तो सब्सक्राइब करके कमेंट जरूर करना दोस्तों। जल्दी सब्सक्राइब का बटन दबा लीजिए सभी लोग।
Setup, and they've got their eye on him because he's a wicket taker and a game changer for Hampshire. So Wheel, his perfect ball executed, comes in and that bowls him another wicket. 2 in 2 for Wheel, and that is it for Hampshire. They have won this first game of today's doubleheader against the Essex Eagles. Wheel finishing with 2 wickets in that final over, and the perfect end for Hampshire, who have looked, in these last 10 overs, have looked very comprehensive.
Well played to Hampshire. Terrific win, and you never know. 2 years ago, Essex came from the back of beyond to qualify and went.
दोस्तों यहाँ पे मैच खत्म हो चुका है और लाजवाब इनिंग है, पर अभी तक सब्सक्राइब नहीं करा है आप लोगों ने तो सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए। नेक्स्ट मैच दोस्तों मैं इसी में कंटिन्यू करने वाला हूँ। दोस्तों मैं अभी लगाने वाला हूँ नेक्स्ट मैच, प्लीज आप लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े रहे। और दोस्तों यहाँ पे मैंने लगा दिया है नेक्स्ट मैच, अभी आप लोगों के स्क्रीन पे दिखेगा।
Or gets away with that one. That chase has come alive really. After the halfway stage, that slug from Smith And then Evans in that second over of Phillips that cost 19. He's got Surrey well ahead of the game, and it's theirs to lose from here on in. It's a lovely, sweet drive, but straight to mid-off. You can just sense it's very flat up there for Gloucestershire. They know at the moment they are sliding very quickly out of this game. They would have been coming here this afternoon hoping for some kind of revenge after that semi-final defeat at Edgbaston last October. It was in the end, wasn't it, when we eventually had T20 finals day. The second time of asking as well, chopped away, but only as far as short third man. Just a single will end the over, but an expensive one for Shaw and an excellent one for Surrey. And they are firmly in command of this run chase. 47 more to get in 42 deliveries.
They're 20 runs ahead of where Gloucestershire were at this point, and they've got 3 further wickets in hand. So it's going to need something remarkable, you feel, to get Gloucestershire back into this. So Dan Worrell's been brought back probably earlier than Jack Taylor would want, but he's got to do something. Shaw's bowled 3 overs for 27. He's used 6 bowlers already. Worrell's got 2 left. Higgins has got 3. Howell's only got 1. But he needs a wicket or 2 pretty sharply. Very little margin for error here. Jamie Smith waits for Worrell, and Worrell fields off his own bowling. Gloucestershire, if they don't come out the right side of this, will be hoping that Glamorgan could do them a favour tonight by beating Somerset. But here, in their own game, second dot in the over from Worrell. Sorry, you needn't worry about a couple of dots at this point. They're comfortably in front. They've got the run rate where they want it, and they've got 2 men well set. Worrell from the chapel end. See, Jamie Smith just dabs it out on the offside. We haven't very often had a game like this, Alex, at the festival, have we? Which has been where you had the feeling that one side's had control of it from quite a long way out. But that's how this has felt.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have had, certainly in the home T20s that Gloucestershire have played this year, they've generally all been one-sided affairs, one way or the other. We've had no real nip-tuck affairs.
Here's Worrell in again to Evans on the bounce this time. Cobain with the return, and to the bowlers and keeps them down to a single.
The Somerset game was perhaps as close as it's got at Bristol, where Somerset somehow managed to take it down to the last over before winning by 8 wickets, even though they were in complete control of that chase. And equally, the games that Gloucestershire have won have also been very comfortable margins.
Worrell into Smith, who steers that out through extra cover again. He's placed that well past Benny Howell, and that's going to run all the way down the slope for 4. Well, Smith has shown here that he is a very capable T20 opener. Just 21 years old. Hasn't played an awful lot of red ball cricket, but this is an impressive display from him. Well, again, Smith gets a little bit caught on the crease, tried to whip it around the leg side, and he'll pick up a dribbly single as the ball makes its way halfway to the rope, picked up by Ian Cobain. But Worrell's been as economical as anybody, but the problem is the wickets column. Only the 1 wicket. Will Jacks out off a skewed extra cover drive got too much underneath it, and George Scott took the catch. That was when the score was 53, but Surrey now up to 138 for 1. And 6 overs to go, and they need only 40. So they'll be trying to finish this probably 18 or 19 overs, I would think, Alex, wouldn't you?
Very much so, yep. Howell is back. Even his magic appears not enough for Gloucestershire here this afternoon from this position. And it's almost deathly silence around the college now, with the home supporters just about consigned to their fate. And it's going to take quite some picking up on Sunday as they go down to Taunton, where they've got a good record in T20 cricket. But now, potentially, depending on how results go later today, comes a must-win game for a quarter-final spot. Slapped away down the ground by Evans. He'll pick up a single more to just keep this chase ticking over.
I mentioned about the players that Surrey don't have available. Look at Gloucestershire side. No Chris Dent, no David Payne, both injured. Both of whom you feel would definitely have been in the 11 today.
And finally something for Gloucestershire. And a roar of delight from Howell. It may be too little too late, but Smith has gone. He's played really nicely. But Howell has just skidded one through. We've seen quite a few batsmen today getting out, attempting to cut. And Smith there just trying to give himself a bit of room, trying to carve it away. And he's gone. And he's played really well there, Smith, in guiding this chase with his 60. At 1-4-6 for 2. So remain firmly on course for the chase of 178.
So Tim David comes out at number 4, ahead of Rory Burns. But this is the second match of a 2-game deal. Shows us how sometimes players can drop in and out of this tournament for very short spells. He's a Singapore international. He has played in the Big Bash and in the Pakistan Super League. And he comes out with, sorry to say, needing now 38 to win.
And he's a very, very lucky boy being a Singapore international, because that is one of the most beautiful cricket grounds in the world. The backdrop of Singapore City, beautiful old colonial pavilion. Not quite as dramatic, but equally as beautiful, the backdrop here at Cheltenham College. Resplendent in the sunshine, an expectant festival crowd, drinking in their last festival cricket for another year. Real forcing pull stroke high on the bat there. We'll get David off the mark. A tall fella, isn't he? Very imposing figure.
Yeah, I wonder. So Gloucestershire have got to get rid of Evans now quickly. That would give them 2 new batsmen to bowl at. Might give them an outside chance.
He's got to take it as deep as possible. Try and stay in the game if they can. Evans looks in superb touch here this afternoon and flicks along his merry way, but something there for Gloucestershire. And over to just give them a little bit of hope with a wicket of Smith. 60 from 47 balls he made.
Howell 1 for 26 from his 4 overs.
Another good effort.
And that's fine on its own, but you want a bit more threat. If that's the bowler with what you think your greatest threat, and Surrey have kind of seen him off with minimal damage, then it's a tricky one. And Ryan Higgins is going to come back from the Chapel end, so he in theory could bowl the 3 overs from that end. At the other end, well, Phillips has got 2 left, Smith's got 2 left, Shaw's got 1 left, Worrell's got 1 left, so some variation for Jack Taylor, but he needs wickets and he needs Evans quickly. Evans has got 48 from 28 balls. Higgins to bowl to him. He's got a long on and a long off out from the Chapel end. Slower ball, pace off, and Evans only finds Benny Howell on the single at extra cover. It will be pace off, you would think, for these closing overs. It's hard to see Surrey with only 2 wickets down failing to get to this target. Pace off again from Higgins, slapped up to long on by Evans. He'll get 1, takes him to 49. Still Rory Burns, Ricky Clark, Jordan Clark to come for Surrey before you get into the genuine bowlers. So David just setting himself, checking who's where in the outfield. The only men out for Surrey, the 2 openers, Jacks for 24 and Smith in Howell's last over for 60. Higgins in, floated up, but again David will only take 1. He'll only need to take 1 up to Jack Taylor, and Evans can pick his single. Here he's got some choice, plenty of room on the leg side. Higgins to bowl to him in the 16th, and he steers it up to Taylor at long off, and that's a 50 for Laurie Evans, and he's come in and done exactly what was necessary here. The applause, it must be said, is chiefly from the Surrey players and not much from the crowd around the ground.
Yeah, really fine.
3,000 here, but they've been quietened today by
very much so.
Surrey.
Yeah, but if you could play to watch any batsman, Evans would be up there. Really fluent player.
In the 16th over, Tim David waits for Higgins and again just plays the sensible shot. Up again to long on, and they'll be content with 1. 50 off 31 balls, 4 fours and 3 sixes, and a couple of those were really clean hits. Everyone's on strike. Once more to Higgins, a little dab into the ground, but too fine, and just taken on the bounce by James Bracey. So a better over for Gloucestershire, 146 for 2, 4 overs to go. But they're still 6 runs ahead of where Gloucestershire were at this point, and therefore you would say still hot favourites to win. And a bit of a brains trust meeting between Benny Howell, Jack Taylor and Dan Worrell in terms of what Gloucestershire are going to do. The answer is they're going to bring Worrell back, I think, to bowl his last over from the Chapel end. So in terms of Gloucestershire's last 4 overs went for 10, 4, 13 and 10.
Yeah, it was a decent flourish, albeit with a good slice of luck involved there. But that flourish has just given them half a sniff here, because the required rate is back up at 8s. But they desperately need to get Evans out to have any chance. So here's Worrell, there's David, picks out backward point. Dot ball to begin the 17th, 32 required from 23, so still, despite their tremendous position throughout this chase, the game's still there to win here for Surrey. Worrell's last over here, he's been excellent. 3 overs for 20 until this point. Low full toss, just bunted down the ground for a single.
So if you assume that Higgins will bowl overs 18 and 20, it's the 19th that Jack Taylor's got to think about. Where does he go?
Yeah, he hasn't had the control from Smith today. 2 overs for 22. sure was trusted against Middlesex and let his captain down, but that could be his role. Probably the most likely, you would suggest. Now, long on the fence. Oh, it's gone for 6. Goodness. Laurie Evans trying to take Worrell down. First glance, didn't think he got enough on that. Up in the air it went, back went long on to the very edge of the boundary. But the ball in the end has cleared the white picket fence by a decent distance. Fine strike from Evans. Once again, Surrey back firmly on course to get up here.
It was like a sand wedge, wasn't it, really? Went up a long way, and it probably didn't drop that far beyond the rope, but it was well out of the reach of George Scott out there, probably 3 or 4 yards too far for him. Important bloke.
Good Yorker from Worrell, but Evans with the maximum has taken any pressure out of the situation and has brought the scenario down now to 24 needed in 20 balls, which with 8 wickets in hand is as close to a cakewalk as you're going to get. David back on strike. Oh, and a thin inside edge runs for 4. He has not looked in any kind of nick, has he, Tim David, here so far? And epitomised by that stroke there, really. But Gloucestershire cannot complain with the moments of fortune that they enjoyed at the back end of their innings. But just when they didn't want to run for Surrey, it has done. And now the equation is even simpler. 20 from 19.
Yes, there was an argument perhaps at one point of if you keep David on strike and he's not middling it, well, the rate might just nudge up a little, but we've had a fortunate boundary for him and a clean hit from Evans in this over. Sorry, nearly there.
Hammered across from David, and that's gone for 4. It's nicely placed. Fortunate boundary, but then a nicely struck one. Deep in his crease. Certainly gives off the impression of being a man that can strike a mean ball. And that was struck pretty powerfully there out past extra cover, and long off couldn't come around to cut it off. 4 more, and Surrey have certainly broken the back of this chase now.
Yeah, 3 overs to go. They only need 16 to win. 16 off 1 over. You would probably back the fielding side, but the batting side would not be out of it. 16 off 2, you'd almost certainly will back the batting side. 16 off 3, well, they'll need to stumble horribly to not get over the line from here, particularly with the man at one end having got 57 off 34 balls. Higgins to bowl the 18th over. Will Evans try and finish it here? Slower ball. Oh, he's got that in the air. It's over. Ooh, extra cover. Scott didn't. He came in towards the ball, but in a sense, seemed more keen to stop it rather than go for a potential catch. Unless he read it better than we did in terms of the trajectory. It dropped between 2 fielders and neither appeared to go for the catch there. It was on the far side of the ground from us. David waits for Higgins. He clips it off his leg. Higgins thought he'd got through. Down to Cobain at deep backward square. We haven't had really a situation this season where Gloucestershire have really failed to take wickets in these games. Perhaps the Kent home game might be the one issue. Short, and that's gone down the ground, and Jack Taylor has taken the catch on the run. Well, Evans is out, but it's a bit too late, I regret to say. He's very nearly got his side home with a very well constructed half century, but Higgins has a wicket and Jack Taylor with the catch, a low flat hit out to long off, and Evans goes 58 for him and 60 for Jamie Smith, and they've done the bulk of the work as Surrey have tried to chase down this 178, and they're very nearly there.
Yeah, fine knock from Evans. It was a good play to watch, as I mentioned, and has given this innings a really nice spark. Gloucestershire had a foothold in the chase with the wicket of Will Jacks earlier on, but that knock from Evans has really taken the game away from them. 58 from 36 deliveries he's made. Fine innings. He just needs the crumbs now to be swept from the dining room table.
Well, Rory Burns has come out to join Tim David at number 5. Gloucestershire will, with this net run rate situation being so tight, they'll want to try and squeeze Surrey as far as they can. Batsman crossed while the ball was in the air, so David chops that away. All past Smith. It's being chased down by Damwell towards the boundary at third man, and he won't cut it off. That was more powerfully struck than it looked. And I haven't got my mathematical brain quite in gear, but I don't think Gloucestershire can now get a home quarter final from this position. It's going to be a long shot anyway, and that was probably going to be dependent on 2 wins rather than 1. It'll take 1 now just to get them in at all. Higgins short, and David tries that same shot, and a slower ball from Higgins passes the bat and bounces before he even gets to Bracey. It was very much slower. 10 to win. Higgins is third over. Oh, that's a fierce attempted Yorker, and it's actually a wide down the leg side, taken by Bracey. So it looks like Surrey going to probably get home with about an over to spare here. Short and chopped away by David. There's a chase on the boundary, but he's found the gap again at point. George Scott couldn't reach it, and David goes to 21, and Surrey up into the 170s, and they're almost home here. They're chasing 178 to win, and they are 172 for 3. Higgins has bowled 3 overs for 33, and he may not bowl another one.
Indeed, yep, Surrey almost there now. Held Gloucestershire pretty well throughout the first innings of the game. Certainly from the 8th over onwards, Surrey were pretty much in charge there. 177 for 9, we thought was, like last week, was a workable number, but this batting lineup has a bit more about it than that Middlesex lineup did last week. And the talent of first Jackson, then Smith and Evans is seeing Surrey to a handsome victory here. 12 balls to go, needing just 9. And they'll hope to finish it here and now. George Scott is going to come on here to get the 19th over. We were speculating about who it might be, but Jack Taylor has decided not to go with Josh Shaw, who bowled a poor penultimate over last week, and has gone for a decent number of runs here this afternoon. So it's left to George Scott to try and keep Gloucestershire in the game. How many, if any, can he give Ryan Higgins to try and defend in the final over? Bracey is up to the stumps and Burns is on strike. Perhaps just be content to take 6 singles here. Leave 1 hit from the final over, that'll do. Sides generally like to get it finished before the final set, if at all possible.
Well, David's started to look as if he's got a bit of momentum about his innings. Not all his shots have been convincing, but he's connected ball 1 or 2, and he's got 21 to his name.
It's been wheeled away, and that'll run away for 4. Scott just losing his line. And the game is ended. Well, we thought 9 were needed. Were there extras we've missed? Sorry, we've won, Ian.
They have.
And they've won by 7 wickets. That's taken us by surprise, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has a bit. But Scott, that was almost an apology of a 19th over.
Wasn't it just? So sorry, we've got home with 10 balls to spare. A very handsome victory that has kept their Vitality Blast campaign alive. It's not over for Gloucestershire, but they now do have to go to Taunton on Sunday and win to seal their quarter-final place. So a festival that began with a real celebratory week with a tremendous victory over Middlesex in the Championship, and then a T20 victory to keep them on course for the quarter-finals, has somewhat petered out with a defeat to Hampshire in the Championship that ended their hopes in that form of the game, and a real setback here with a pretty decent shellacking that by Surrey, actually, getting home with 10 balls to spare.
Yeah, I do find that odd as well, because the board that I've got in front of me says 169 for 3 at the end of the last over, and we've only had 2 balls.
Were there penalty runs? That's the only thing I can think of, whether Gloucestershire were out of time and conceded 5 penalty runs in there somewhere. That is the only thing I can think of, because I didn't see any other
It said
signal.
need 9 runs from 12 balls.
Yeah, it certainly was the case, but the only thing I can think of was that Gloucestershire were out of time there, conceded 5 penalty runs to bring that equation down. Either way, Surrey have won here by 7 wickets, and they move to 15 points in the table, and they will move, depending on net run rate, potentially into second place in the table. Kind of a quick look at how the table has flicked to, not quite, Surrey a third after their completed matches on 15 points. They're behind Sussex on net run rate. They're a point ahead of Gloucestershire and Somerset. Somerset, as Ian was saying, play Glamorgan later and then play Gloucestershire on Sunday. So still hope of a home quarter final for Gloucestershire if results go in their favour, because Sussex would have to lose their last 2 games. Gloucestershire have to win on Sunday now down at Taunton to qualify and keep their fine record of reaching the last 8 intact.
So here's the Surrey card after Gloucestershire made 177 for 9, Phillips 48, Howell 30, Hammond 25, the main contributors, 4 wickets for Gus Atkinson and 2 each for Batty and Moriarty, and then in reply Surrey with a good start, and Gloucestershire couldn't derail them at any point. Smith bowled Howell 60, and Laurie Evans caught by Taylor, that's Jack Taylor, off Higgins for 58, but the job was all but done by then. Tim David was 25 not out at the end, and Rory Burns made just 1 run off the 1 ball he faced. For Gloucestershire, Josh Shaw 1 for 27, Ryan Higgins 1 for 34, and Benny Howell 1 for 26 were the wicket takers, but in the end, that total of 177 was made to look light against this strong Surrey batting lineup. So they finished their schedule, as Alex said. They sit out the last round of games. Gloucestershire will now have to look at other results later today to see where it leaves them. But the reality is that they have to go to Taunton and win now in the last game that's on Sunday. That game is a 6:30 match, and it's being televised on Sky, so there will be no live stream from us from the Cooper Associates County Ground on Sunday night, but it is available for you to watch, and it is also there is commentary on BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire and BBC Somerset, and also on the BBC Sport website as well, if you don't have access to Sky Sports. So from Cheltenham then, at the end of a remarkable festival weather-wise, we've been very fortunate. Gloucestershire have won 2 games and they've lost 2 games, and those 2 games that they've lost may have a big impact on what goes on for the remainder of their season. Can they claw it out of the bag at Taunton on Sunday? Thanks to Shane and Connor and to Cameron and James and Jake and all the guys who've worked on the cameras all through this festival. It's been a pleasure to bring it to you, and until Sunday evening at 6:30 when Gloucestershire go into their last T20 group match against Somerset at Taunton, from Alex Winter and from Ian Randall and all the team here at Cheltenham, goodbye.
लोगों ने अभी तक लाइक कमेंट दबाया। आप